just like that.
Wowzers.
Sweet as a nut. Wow. That is really, really good. Oh, Tommy with the celebration.
Good evening and welcome along to the second part of a Super Saturday here at the Modus Super Series. Andy Bolton picked up the ADC Championship Tour finals earlier on this afternoon, but we're going to find out now who is going to be the 10th player into Series 9's Champions Week at the Modus Super Series. Paul Nicholson was with us earlier on this afternoon, and Chris Mason was having a line after watching the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight.
I didn't watch the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight, but good effort.
Chaps, great to see you both. Mace, we'll kick off with you because it's been a really good week. When you saw the names in the lineup, you thought it couldn't disappoint, and it definitely didn't. No,
it didn't disappoint. Tommy Morris in Group A was fabulous from start to finish, and then Group B, it was something me and NIKO were really looking forward to, and we were telling the viewers to tune in and not miss it for a reason, and yeah, it fulfilled our expectations.
Well, box office starts all week long. We had a bonus of a Saturday afternoon session earlier on today. NIKO, we were both in commentary for the ADC Tour Championship finals where Andy Bolton beat Charlie Martin in the final. But that doesn't really tell half the story about the day altogether, does it?
Not at all. I think Andy started brilliantly. And as soon as he was into the semi-finals, he got something going. But if you didn't watch this afternoon, you might not understand what I'm about to say, but maybe the most important dart of the entire day for Andy was a treble one, because on a 70-odd checkout, it wasn't this one. This was to actually win the whole thing. But when he had 78 and he hit a treble one, then a 25 in bull, it was monstrous. And if he doesn't hit that, you never know what happens next.
And it shows the importance of competitions. Like, it's the first time we've ever held these finals for the men. And Andy's a player with vast experience. He's won so much in the game. But to see what that meant to him shows how important the circuit and the feeder system is.
Yeah, well, it's a big time of the year, isn't it? There's lots going on. There's opportunities aplenty. And you start putting your names on trophies. Sponsorship can come from it. Exhibition work can come from it. And I'm sure in January he'll be trying to get his tour card back. So whenever you do have a win, especially in that company, because it was a top quality field, got to feel a little bit for Gary Stone. If it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't get any at all.
And what a great story Charlie Martin was.
Absolutely. I think the crowd were incredible for him this afternoon, but winning his first two games in the quarters and semis by 4-3, two incredible battles with Joe Croft and Bradley Brooks, but ultimately in the final just came up one short.
Well, many congratulations to Andy Bolton for picking up that Tour Championship title. We'll see him at the Global Championship in a few weeks' time. But the important business now of Week 10 here at the Modus Super Series, and these are the 6 players that are involved in tonight's final. Tommy Morris is looking for his first weekly title tonight. The gun is firing on all cylinders. NIKO Springer came into this with a big reputation. He's won his tour card for the Dev Tour Order of Merit. It's a one and only appearance for the German here. As for Neil Duff, he's the second most experienced player now in this building, and he's looking to win a 6th weekly title across all concepts. Sugar Reese Robinson looking to land another knockout blow on a Saturday night. If he does so, he'll appear a 3rd Champions Week. As for David Davis, well, he's just the moniker of consistency, isn't he? What you see is what you get on the tin, and he's hoping for a first ever weekly title with those asset flights. And then Richie Burnett, what can we say about the 1995 world champion? We haven't done so before. He himself looking for a first ever weekly title at the Super Series. So those are the Super 6 that are in action at the Super Series this evening. And this is how we've got to the 6th day of the week. It kicked off on Monday morning with Group A, a group which was dominated by Tommy Morris. Reece Johnson got off to a slow start, but a really good Tuesday and Wednesday saw him into Group B, while Sebastian Białecki pit Adam Mould to the post for that 3rd and final spot in the evening session. Have to kickstart, Mace, with Tommy Morris, a player that we've seen pretty much from the start of his journey up until now. He came in as a late replacer for his first appearance, and ever since then, he's really ran with the opportunities he's had here.
Yeah, there was something interesting about him. He played with a certain element of passion, if not a bit of naivety in the beginning. But yeah, we've watched him evolve in front of our very eyes and develop to this stage of his career. And you can't ignore the fact that he averaged over 94 in that Group A campaign. That's right up there with some of the best performances we've seen here at the Super Series. So he's a man to be feared. Interesting to hear that he is thinking or hoping to get a card next year. I don't think that's particularly wise. I'd probably let him have another year of trying to win on the Challenge Tour and win a couple of titles here and a Champions Week, and then I think he would be ready, because it's very unforgiving on the Pro Tour if you do get a card. And we've seen players that have wanted it, but be careful what you wish for, because you can come back damaged goods.
Well, one great moment in that Group A was the 9 darts from Adam, the last leg of the group, pretty much.
Yeah, I think when you are able to finish a match with a massive highlight, you can then enjoy it a little bit more, because you don't have to throw any more darts. But Adam finished this off in style. That's a great moment for him. He's not here on Saturday night, unfortunately, but he can walk away from this week not just with that highlight, his first 9 darter in front of the cameras, but he finished the previous day with a 161 checkout. So he is getting a bit of a reputation for being able to close things out. But unfortunately this week for Adam, 4 days of winning 6 points wasn't good enough to get him into Saturday night.
And Johan Barrow looked like he enjoyed it more than
Yeah,
Adam did.
listen, I've been on the end of them. They are great moments, but you could see how much it meant to Adam, and it is a great moment, something that he will keep until he hits another one.
Well, let's have a look at the other groups for this week. We'll kickstart with Group C. That was what we watched on Thursday and Friday. The bottom 3 players in Group A are joined by 3 new players. And it was one of the new players in David Davis and Richie Burnett that made their way through. You have a look at that table, and Mace, that doesn't really tell half the story when you consider the manicness of Friday.
Yeah, it just went back and forth. After day one, Davis is nowhere to be seen. He was my pick at 9-1 to be a bit of value to win the group, because we've seen him do it before here. He knows how to make a Saturday night. I fancied Adam Mould to be the one that may come out on top, but Richie really reversed his fortunes, because he was pretty ordinary in Monday, Tuesday and Wednesdays. There was flashes, but came back a new player. As we've seen so many times before, that reset, restart mentality, and yeah, he went on a bit of a roll.
In terms of David, what did he do in particular so right on the Friday?
He identified the things that he needed to improve on the Thursday. That's the most impressive thing, because a lot of dart players, when they're doing things wrong, they don't necessarily know how to identify. He's studied what happened on Thursday meticulously. He's identified something and put it right. And then when he came back on Friday, he had such a great mentality. He had positivity. He put everything together and was able to be undefeated on Friday to get his way to the top. I think it was a fabulous display.
Yeah, six matches on the spin in that group, where it felt like nobody could win 2 or 3 matches on the spin. It was a hard group, and fair play to him.
All about those asset flights, right?
Absolutely.
Into Group B, where from one NIKO to another, NIKO Springer. Well, he wasn't really springing a surprise winning the Group B. He's won his tour card courtesy of position on the Dev Tour Order of Merit. He's also going to be appearing at the World Championships at Alexandra Palace next month as well. And he was joined alongside Neil Duff and Rhys Ronson. Before we talk about the 3 that make it through, is perhaps the big shock, Sebastian Białecki not making it through.
Yeah, he was just one paced all week. His average literally is within a fraction across the entire week, 88.62 and 88.61, and that is where he was just holding his game, and it wasn't good enough. Some groups you'll get away with it, not this week.
In terms of NIKO Springer, running at an average around about 97 for the entirety of the week. He took that Dev Tour form, particularly towards the back end of the year, took it here, and there's no surprise that he was the runaway player in Group B.
It's not just Dev Tour form, it's everything he's doing. Wherever he goes, he is turning heads. And there have been plenty of players towards the end of years with us, the last 4 seasons, who we've said they're going to go on and do things. And with a tour card now, NIKO Springer is no longer off anybody's radar. He is thoroughly exciting to watch. He had us aghast at least twice over the last couple of nights. His first start when it's in, my. it was outrageous. And big averages like 112, 110, and he's now got the biggest three-figure average of the series. Better than Sykes, better than anyone, and we have to take notice.
Yeah, he was a player that had cropped up a few times on the European tour, and he was a player that me and NIKO spoke about, and he said, because obviously Paul covers the then German Super League, and he was saying, Mace, you've got to see this kid. He is special, and wow, what a debut that is. I can't think of anyone outside the obvious Luke Littler who's made such an impression.
And it's been such a special week here at the Live now. These are the stats for the 6 players that are in action this evening. NIKO Spring, as I mentioned, running at an average for the week of 97.05, including that 112 average. But perhaps just as impressive, as you mentioned, the 94 for Morris over 15 games in a Group A. And you look at the 2 averages at the bottom, that usually wins Group A's, let alone be the 2 stragglers in Group C.
Yeah, I mean, Neil Duff, another a couple of sets of numbers that can't be ignored. 94.26 for his campaign, a high of 103.41. But look at that finishing, 49%. I think after the first session on Group B, the combined finishing for the night was 49%, wasn't it? I mean, that is just off the chart.
What we can't ignore, Henry, is the fact that the numbers from Duff were really encouraging, but with that average and, of course, the doubling percentage, he only won half his games. That's how tough Group B was, but he still managed to get second spot.
Is there also a caveat the fact that he played the Tour finals this afternoon?
Maybe if it had got to the final and then lost out, possibly, but no, I don't think it'll have too much effect. He was asked that question. I think Paul asked him, and he said, playing in the senior stuff now where you've got to play multiple games, all the other players have just got to fear one man. And that's NIKO Springer, because if he shows up, he shows out.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookies think about proceedings. Now, NIKO Springer, perhaps not a surprise, is going to go off the favourite for the evening's action. He's the 2-1 favourite with the bookies. Is that value actually 2-1 on him?
Yeah, massive value. He was favourite at the start of the week. I think he was 7-2 or 4-1 favourite, somewhere around that kind of number. And he was my pick then. He was my pick to win Group B. And then there's nothing I've seen that makes me fear not backing him if I was allowed, of course. Yeah, he's the standout player. We know things can go wrong on a Saturday night. We've seen so many good players stumble on finals night, but he's just cut from a different cloth. He's made different.
If Springer does stumble, who's the most likely, in your opinion, to step in?
Probably Morris. I think he's never been more ready to win a weekly title, but he's one of those players that always seems to be coming into a Saturday night where somebody else is maybe taking the headlines, and NIKO's obviously done that this week. But if NIKO drops out and has a bad Saturday night, Tommy Morris has never been more prepared than this, and he would love to get into Champions Week just before he goes to Q School.
For me, Neil Duff, I think he's a proven winner now, isn't he? It took him a while to get one, but they come like buses. And yeah, he's super experienced in these situations. He's been in a situation similar where there's a standout favourite to win it, and he's mopped up. But yeah, I expect NIKO to run riot tonight.
Gents, thank you very much. Now should be a fun night ahead. To our first game then of the evening session, and it sees Tommy Morris, the Group A winner, in action. He takes on Richie Burnett in the opening match of the evening session. This should be fast, and this should be furious, and this should be a little bit entertaining as well. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players to get their take ahead of tonight's finals. Tommy, an excellent week for yourself so far at the Super Series. Would you say that your performance in Group A is up there with some of the best you've ever played here?
Oh, most certainly. Yeah, I've been here 3 or 4 times now, and I sort of knew that I'd seen the lineup I had to perform. So, yeah, it's been a really good week for me, and I'm feeling in good spirit. So, yeah.
You've never been short of confidence when you've been in this building, but it's felt like something's clicked this week. What in particular do you feel like has been the case?
I just think I'm going to the gym a lot. My head's clear, and I've got the right equipment now, and I think that's helping to my advantage, especially with like this day-to-day coming here, and I'm used to it. It's just putting that extra cherry on top. I reckon I could do it now.
Richie, another week, another Saturday. How would you assess how you've played so far?
I slow started this week. I didn't have the greatest preparation. I never do. I don't know why. I will see. I don't prepare well. I don't. So, I can see I always get better as the week goes on, and I think with the match practice you should do. Otherwise, if you don't get better as the week goes on, you're doing something wrong. So, I'm just happy to be here. Haven't played my best, but there's been glimpses there.
The Prince of Wales looking to be the king in Portsmouth tonight. Richie Burnett looking to pick up his first weekly title at the Super Series, but a man who picked up plenty of honours in the previous venue in Southampton. He takes on Tomos looking for his first crown as well. It's the winner of Group A up against the runner-up of Group C to kickstart the evening's action. And in the commentary box for all of the night starts, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Many thanks, Henry. Looking forward to getting this underway. 9 games separate us from finding out who's going to win Week 10. And Week 10, when you win it, you've got a fabulous chance of winning the series because it's happened 3 times before with Littler, with McEwen, and with the defending champion Marvin van Velsen. In Week 10 of the previous series, it was van Velsen who went through Adrian Gray in the final. And Adrian was here this week, but he wasn't able to get through the group that Richie was in.
It's Tommy to throw first. Game on!
But the first job of the night, it is to see how this man comes back to the hockey after winning Group A this week.
Well, he will take that for a start, that's for sure. Yeah, on his previous appearances on a Saturday night, I think he's just been, well, inexperienced
67.
and loaded with pressure. He brought a lot of people and there was a lot of expectation. But I think he's taken a slightly
100.
lower key approach to this finals night.
Do you think the most impressive thing about Tommy coming into this week is that he acknowledged that what he was doing before, it was good enough to make some Saturdays, but maybe it wasn't good enough
100.
to win. So he's made little changes, like going to the gym and doing things like that, and finding equipment that makes him
100.
a player who throws the dart easier. Is this now something that can maybe not win tonight, but definitely get closer?
Yeah, but he's most definitely an evolving player. He's a player that I personally believe
59.
improves
Tommy McGuire,
in some
121.
element every time I see him play. And we're seeing evidence of that right
85.
here, very nearly a 12-dart hold of throw and a 1-2-1 finish. And that has been a theme this week. We haven't had an array of finishes of a ton or more.
43.
63, I
Tommy
do
McGuire,
believe, this
36.
week already.
He takes the
Game
first
on the
leg.
first leg. Tommy Moss.
In just over 90 seconds, he could have taken it in 70. He's fast,
Second leg, it's Richie.
but it's
to throw
not all for
first.
show. This
Game
is just what he does.
Yeah, this is just his natural speed.
And you spoke about his average for the
60.
first 3 days of the week. It was the best campaign he's ever had. Lots of highlights, including 270 checkouts.
100.
Yeah, and a high average of 106.74, running average of 94.24 over 15 best of 7 games. That's impressive. And his finishing
60.
equally as good, Paul, 40%.
There's something else as well. He's played Burnett 3 times and beaten him 3 times.
Yep, they were in Group A together. Richie's the kind of player that if he's in a knockout open tournament, if he wins 2 or 3 games, he will at some point
81.
find his form. You don't get enough time on a Saturday night to play yourself into form. You've got to hit that stage running.
This is Richie's second consecutive Saturday night In the previous series, he lost in the final to Jimmy Van Schie, who
100.
lost out today in the Western European qualifier for Ali Pali in the last leg decider with Stefan Belmont. And everybody here at the Super Series congratulates Stefan and commiserations to Big Jimmy, who was so close.
Yeah.
140.
I think you'd almost rather have got binned out early than go through the agony of being a leg away, and he was in control of the final as well, wasn't he?
58 points away in that last
85.
leg. And then
Tommy require 80.
Stefan takes it 124. This is double 10.
75. Richie require
There's a chance.
151.
He did start Monday with a couple of biggies.
Hey, he had a 161, didn't he?
And a 156.
Yeah. We say as one.
119.
Sounds better in
Tommy
stereo.
require 5.
Tied it up well.
This is a big dart.
Yeah, Richie's the kind of player you've got to
1.
beat, and what I mean by
Richie
that is
require
you've just got to keep him
32.
under it. You don't want to let him into the game and get confident.
Game
And he
on
loves
the
double
second
16.
leg. Richie Burnett.
That's a let-off for Burnett.
Third leg, it's
No
Tommy
lets
to throw
off.
first. Game on.
For Jermaine Watamina at the moment, he's getting absolutely
100.
pumped.
You know when you walk into a restaurant and you hear that thudding noise from the chefs when they're tenderizing chicken?
Yeah, that's what's happening to
That's what's
Watamina.
happening to Watamina right now.
Yeah, Luke Littler is 13-2 up. And Luke has already missed another opportunity of a 9-darter. He's averaging 105.65, and he's at 11 180s in 15 legs.
I'm going to say this early. I'm going to get it off my chest. I've had a feeling all day that I think we're going to get a 9 tonight.
Yeah, it's
140.
There's been something about this week, isn't there? We had one from Adam Mould, of course. We've seen multiple
91.
players go pretty deep. Reece Robinson twice went to an 8th dart.
We have protagonists who can do it.
100.
Was that not in the same match?
It was.
Yeah, because he hit 618s, didn't he? He was one off the record.
140.
A record still held by Mark Durbridge against Wes Newton.
6 180s in a best of
60.
7 match. Come on.
Tommy require 70.
Oh, he's missed the single. He's gone for the
30.
treble 12 there. And I've been skeptical about that all week.
$81.
He's
Tommy
inching away,
require
is
40.
Richie here. And if Morris does miss, Burnett is there.
30.
Well, certainly
Richie require 109.
wouldn't put it past him.
He's going to go for 9.
I don't get that.
It's worked.
On the third
He knows
leg.
what he's doing. That's why he's up there
Richie
and I'm sat
Burnett.
here. What a great finish.
Fourth leg, it's Richie
Tommy
to throw
Morris has been
first.
all over him like a rash. Yeah, it's Tommy that trails 2-1.
Game on.
Tommy's had 8 more darts at a double than Richie. And he's behind.
Yeah, Richie is 2 from 2. Tommy is 1 from 10.
60.
How many times do we see that people come into Saturday night
99.
with an undefeated record against an opponent and then it goes the other way?
Yeah, well, we keep saying it and we keep reminding our viewers that darts is on the day.
81.
Even at the highest of levels, they just mask it, the elite, with a very, very
81.
high quality B game. Well, we're talking about our viewers. Welcome along to all of our viewers on YouTube and all of our thousands of viewers watching via their chosen betting app.
28.
Hope you enjoy the action. Sit tight. This is going to be some ride.
Indeed. And you won't have to wait long to see NIKO Springer. He's got Rhys Robinson
81.
in the first game in Group 2.
After 2 games last night, NIKO Springer had a running average of 106 and change.
81.
Yeah, getting 112 average in a game, it definitely helps things like that.
44.
Richie's been in the building for a few hours now, getting prepared. I like the fact that he was here early
190.
today, because the last thing you want to do is get here late and rush around. And it's a great thing to be able to do. Give yourself more time than you
60.
need and just take
Richie
it easy.
McGuire,
And it shows intent,
132.
doesn't it?
It does indeed. This shows a lot of intent. He might stay there. Chose not to. He knows best.
92. Tommy
Thought
McGuire,
it was gonna be.
136.
Another ton plus out. He'll be back, though, for 3-1.
96. Richie McGuire, 40.
3-1 Burnett.
Richie Burnett.
Let's be honest. When Tommy Morris was taking the first leg, who thought this was going to happen?
Tommy to throw
Certainly not
first.
me.
Game.
I thought Richie was going to get rolled.
One.
And it's not vintage either.
No, when the first dart of Tommy's landed plumb in the treble 20, I thought, tonight's the night he's going to get it right. Because I can assure you,
81.
for those that don't get it right tonight, NIKO's going to be there, ready to steamroll you.
100.
After watching all of the idiosyncrasies of Richie this week for the umpteenth time, I'm starting to understand
96.
just how much he loves this game.
Yeah, you know, I
100.
sort of jokingly say that there's still an itch I want to scratch. Richie is still full of love and passion for the game. He's a winning machine.
140.
The heat of battle is something you feel that he needs in his life.
Yeah,
87.
yeah. Well, I would, you know, I just want to go up there and win with as little drama as possible. Dart players like Richie love engaging in that back and forth.
140. Tommy McGuire, 114.
This has to go. Unbelievably, Burnett can win
98.
this by 3
Richie
legs
McGuire, 44.
to put himself very close to the semis. It's the doubling that got him there. His first win of the week against Tommy Morris. And when Richie Burnett comes back in game number 3 against Neil Duff, he will just need an amount of legs to be in another semi-final here in Portsmouth. That is a good display, but it was the finishing that got it done. 4 out of 5 with that 109 that gave him the lead for the first time, and he didn't look back after that. Morris has got a long wait to play Neil Duff in game 5, and he's got a lot to do. Now to NIKO Springer, who takes on Rhys Robinson in Group 2.
Pitchfield, the power Taylor. Gaza, Glenn Durant. Shots on the mat. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adams. Adrian, Jackal, Lewis. Game inside the buildup. King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George! Game, shot, and...
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richard Burnett got the better of Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 1. The gun came out firing on all cylinders, and after he took the opening leg, we thought maybe it was going to be one-way traffic, but a plethora of missed doubles from him, twin with perfect timing from the Prince of Wales, has seen the 1995 BDO World Champion take the opening spoils of the evening session. Second up for us, it's a Battle of England against Germany. Rhys Robertson up against NIKO Springer. These two went toe-to-toe in Group B earlier on this week. They go toe-to-toe once again for the third time this week on this Saturday night. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Rhys, is it fair to say this has been a week where you've got better as the days have gone along?
No. I don't even know. Good days, bad days, and just all in between.
You mentioned inconsistency. Is that kind of where your game is at the minute, where there's some really, really good stuff, but maybe the B game's not quite there at the minute?
Yeah, the B game's no. When the A game's out, I'm looking all right, and then the B game is well below par.
Let's talk about the good bits of this week. What in particular has pleased you?
I enjoyed Tuesday, Wednesday. I felt good, and even Thursday, and then Friday and Monday. He was sad. Not very good.
Now into Saturday. Now, Saturday, you've got a fairly decent record. You've won a few weeks here. You've come close on other occasions. Do you feel like a player that once you get to this point, you really fancy yourself, regardless of who's in that practice room?
Yeah. You just have to come in. It's a Saturday night. You're either going home or you're going to win it. So you're best off just going for it, aren't you, and just forgetting everything. And the week don't matter.
Now, and I suppose is that just a different case of whatever's happened before? And you have had good weeks, bad weeks here in the past. You've had that bit of indifference. Is it just a case of when it comes to Saturday, you treat it as a tournament in isolation?
Yeah, I've won the A group, come on the Saturday, real good form, and gone out in the group, and I've struggled through a Group C and nicked through and won the week. So it's irrelevant, really. You just Saturday night, play your best.
You've mentioned a bit of inconsistency, but what do you feel like you have to piece together to win tonight?
I'm not sure. See what happens here. I'm not sure.
Well, we'll see how they throw and we'll see how you go. Rhys, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
NIKO, very good debut here at the Modus Super Series. You must have thought this was easy at times.
No. It was a tough group. Everyone could go through to the Saturday night. But yeah, I need to play good, and I think I did that, and I'm happy to be here.
What was your thoughts about the Modus Super Series before you first played on Thursday?
Yeah, I really like the format that has been playing all years ago, and I had always the dream to come here and play and meet all the good players. I know I know everyone can be playing really, really good here, so the standard is just extremely high. And it's the best practice I can get, especially I'm playing the World Championship, so I'm very happy to have the chance to be here.
Is it a really weird experience because you're only going to play this one time because you're going to go and play on tour, get your tour card in January?
To be fair, it doesn't matter. I just want to enjoy the moment, play darts, and enjoy the experience.
It's been a very good year, 2024, for you. Just describe what it's been like in your own words.
I think it was the best year so far for me. I finished my education last year in October, and then just got to play darts and just with the freedom and enjoy. I think the beginning of the year was a bit difficult. my first development tour weekend wasn't that good. I think it was 75 pound. But from then on, I just performed and played week for week good. And I'm very happy with this, of course. Yeah.
In terms of tonight, your form this week has been really good. You've averaged about 97 for the entirety of the week so far. So the way that you've played, you must feel very, very confident going into tonight.
Yeah, definitely. But here, 5 other very good persons, good people. And it will be difficult to beat them, but I try to do my best. And we will see if it works out.
Well, we wish you all the very best, NIKO. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
NIKO Springer in his first Saturday night could well be his last Saturday night here at the Super Series, because he's going to be on the Pro Tour in 2025. His first time, a man who's been there, done it, and worn the T-shirt. Reese Robinson, twice a weekly winner here. He's looking for a hat-trick, and in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much. We've been looking forward to watching NIKO Springer again since he threw his last dart in the early hours of this morning. The man from Mainz, 24 years of age, a very bright future. And if he doesn't win tonight, this will be the only Saturday that he plays here in Portsmouth, because he wouldn't qualify for Champions Week. Somewhere where Reese Robinson has been twice. But it may even be the first of 2 Saturdays for the rest of the year for NIKO. He's going to take some stopping with the form that he's got right now.
First leg is NIKO to throw first. Game on!
And over the last couple of nights, Reese Robinson couldn't touch him.
No, he really struggled, but watching him have his practice darts, there's no reaction to the release where he was getting pain in the elbow towards the back end of yesterday's session, where he switched to these all-black darts,
123.
which did go very well for him. On average, NIKO Springer has been in 2 180s per match. He's played 8 games, 16 180s, a tournament average, if you will, of 97.05.
140.
They are actually better numbers than Luke Littler was putting in a year ago.
Well, we have made that comparison, and well, if he goes on to follow in the footsteps, maybe he'll be making a semi-final of the Grand Slam, because that's where Littler is after a 16-2 40-minute. Well, the actual match time was less than 40 minutes, probably around 30 minutes of actual hockey time. Demolition job of an informed Watamina, winning 16-2 with 105 average. And one throw in a miss 9 and a 167 and a 164 out.
84. NIKO, you require 70.
So take the first leg. It is double 16. That's a bright start.
NIKO,
and he was under a bit of pressure there.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
This guy seems to eat pressure for breakfast.
He thinks pressure is for tyres.
Here's from Germany. Probably knows a thing or two about decent tyres.
Do you know that's where all our
60.
part-worn tyres come from? Yeah, where we have a certain tread depth is our legal limit. It's almost double that in Germany, for obvious reasons.
76.
In certain countries in Central Europe, you have to have winter tyres. It is a legal requirement. Well, there's one. There's going to be another one at some point.
It's what he does.
Those victories for Springer over Robinson the last couple of days, both 4 legs to 1.
55. Ratio of 140.
He is the favourite to win this group over Robinson and David Davis.
45.
All Reese can do is trim the 45 off. Here comes the pressure.
100. Reese, you require 100.
It'll be interesting to see what he does here if he doesn't get the 60. That is perfect.
60.
And that one has flown too
NIKO,
fast.
you require 106.
This would be killer. No treble means that Reese does get a chance
98.
to
Reese, you
respond,
require 40.
to do what Richie Burnett did in the first game in Group 1.
Game shot.
Answers
the second
immediately
leg.
to equalise after
Reese
2.
Robinson.
Yeah, nice tidy
Third
leg.
NIKO to throw first. Game on.
NIKO was ready to pounce.
97.
I think Springer's got a cheer squad of 1 out there.
Yeah, I think that's his partner.
100.
Seems very calm out there compared to this afternoon
140.
when Charlie Martin was playing in the final against Andy Bolton.
It was a little bit lively, wasn't it? And he had a lot of support, didn't he?
Certainly did himself proud this afternoon.
49.
That's a great second dart.
100.
You can see what he was trying to do with dart 3, just try and follow the line to nestle in for that 140. Just falls short.
But it's been a very tidy, controlled leg.
100. NIKO, you require 164.
And that's what he has, control. It's not a great deal of violence
94.
in that follow through. It's all very measured.
Yeah, and it's just rhythmic, isn't it? Hence why he hits so many big scores. Here's one as well.
140.
A big deflection
NIKO,
on
you
dart
require
3.
70.
But Springer has already had this. This way. And does it
Game
again.
shot the third leg.
And that's where that
NIKO
rhythm is
Springer.
so useful, NIKO. There's no stop on
Well,
the
it's
backswing.
reached the throw
It's just a rhythm
Game on.
and a weighted game. It is lovely to watch. Probably people who are not players don't get it, but as a player to
100.
watch an action like that, it's just so easy.
And some people might think who don't play this game.
57.
For instance, if you take a cricketer who gets the exact same ball 6 times, if they knock it out of the park 6 times, they're not bored of it at all. And it's the same as Springer there, taking out 270 checkouts the same way. It's not boring. It's just, if anything, better the second time.
Yeah, it's precision, isn't it? And it's the understanding of your own action and your own
93.
mechanics.
If you can, because I know that you're a big fan of cars, Mace, if Reese was a car, what would he be?
86.
And what would Springer be?
Springer would be a Bentley. Reese would probably be an M3.
180.
There's that second max I told you about.
With time to spare.
130.
Really well done there from Robinson. For some reason, I think Robinson would be a
135,
muscle car
145.
with a Yorkshire accent. Or, sorry, from Hull.
60. NIKO, you
something
require
with a V8 in it.
36.
Double 18.
Game shot on the
He's
fourth
not
leg.
missing much on the outer
NIKO
ring.
Springer.
But he's visit perfect and 3-1 up.
Fifth leg is NIKO to throw first. Game on.
Turn perfect, as you rightly put.
If we were going to attach a cartoon speech bubble
140.
to Robinson right there, it would have said, "Who invited this guy?" Of sorts.
85.
This is Robinson's patch. He's won 2 weekly titles, but that's only half as many as the person you will see in the next match.
140.
Neil Duff, who will take on Richie Burnett, and there's some sort of symmetry between those two. Just a matter of 27 years apart, winning at Lakeside.
Reese has had a 105.64 average this week, but his running average is down at 89.3. Well, he's prior to his last visit, he was hovering around mid-90s and has been there pretty much
60.
through the entirety of the match.
121.
So good.
105.
He does miss double 16 every now and again. Had that gone in, NIKO, he was averaging 106.
Robinson is now in the same NIKO,
60.
as Tommy Morris.
So you require 16.
Double 4.
12.
He will return. I just get the feeling that if Robinson was on a finish there, he would have hit that.
Yeah, I agree. He tends to play better with a bit of intensity. He's
98.
missed 4 at a double for the match, and he's still averaging 101.
Game shot.
It's another
and the man,
4-1 victory
NIKO
for the man
Springer.
from Mainz. 3 victories with the same scoreline against Reece Robinson put him firmly on the back foot in group number 2. And just like Richie Burnett, it's going to be this case for NIKO Springer. After the 98.5 average and the 40% on the doubles, it could have been so much better. He will only need 2 legs in his second match, which is game 6 tonight against David Davies, to qualify, but he might even be through by then. We'll go back to Group 1 now, and it's a battle of the 2 Lakeside champions, Burnett against Duff.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not only. Definitely
he thinks
not.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
We are getting towards the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
that is a great marker and a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles, and he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that Southern now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis. Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. It's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit
Second dart.
calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw NIKO Springer race to a 4-1 victory against Reese Robinson in our second match of the evening session. Third up for us, a battle between two players who've picked up the world title at the Lakeside in the past. Richie Burnett won that particular crown in 1995, beating a certain Raymond van Barneveld in the final. Whilst it was a couple of years ago when Neil Duff did exactly the same, beating Thibaut Tricol in a last set decider to become the first ever WDF World Champion. In the case of the Duff man, he's already played today. He was involved in the ADC Tour Championship finals, where he was beaten by Andy Bolton, who'd go on to win the title. For the Duff man, he's looking for his 6th title if you include specials weeks here at the Super Series, and early on tonight I caught up with him. Neil, first things first, let's talk about this afternoon. Didn't quite go to plan, did it, at the Tour finals?
Yeah, let's not talk about this afternoon. Yeah, just too slow to get going. Yeah, short format, straight in. Didn't go my way. I don't think Andy was a big lot better than I was during the game, but took his chances. I have to just make up for it tonight.
Well, let's talk about the Super Series, because it's been a positive week for yourself. How would you assess it overall?
Yeah, I'm happy with my game. I'm kind of, we really touched on Thursday night. I felt like I'd played well enough to get more from what I got, but yeah, a wee bit cagey last night. Got off to a bad one, and then NIKO ripped me a new one, the second one. But to be able to regroup and go again then for the against Reese and against Tommy, and get through. We've touched on it so many times. It's not about how you get the Saturday; it's get the Saturday, and I'm here.
In terms of yourself, you've got a lot coming up towards the end of the year, particularly, of course, Lakeside. Right? Is it about fine-tuning your game for that particular tournament and those particular tournaments at the end of the year?
Yeah, it's all about getting the mindset right, and yeah, because it's set play, which I absolutely adore. I'll be getting into a refreshed attitude, but my game over the last 6 weeks or so has come back somewhat to what it should be. I'm enjoying playing again. I'm kind of doing it with a smile on my face, not beating myself up, and it doesn't go my way. So yeah, I'm enjoying it, and I've got 2 weeks now just to tinker on the little bits and get it sorted out for the Lakeside.
My last question may have a repercussion from a certain Mr. West, but if you win tonight, including specials weeks, 6th weekly title, which if you add everything in all together would be one ahead of Steve. You're both title on 5, but I know Steve will probably beg the difference there.
Yeah, but listen, I've spoke to Steve, and I told him the same. He's a good number 2 of the future. He's going to be known as the almost the best player in Modus. Hi Steve, love you.
On that note, I wish you well. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Slightly out of form and
leg.
running into a
Duff.
very hot Neil Duff.
Entering this 1-2-6 earlier, has to start in the 19s this time. Double 6. Well, he saved his best goal right at the end in Neil Duff. Colin McGarry was superb in his demolition of young Bram.
Yeah, that was
the first load.
Well, I've just opened up my WhatsApp. No message from Steve West as of yet. I'm sure that's going to change as the evening goes on. But Neil Duff looking for a 6th weekly title, if you include his double start title here at the Modus Super Series. He takes on Richie Burnett, who needs just a couple of legs to qualify for the semi-finals after his 4-1 win against Tommy Morris. Watching this one in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
It's really funny that, Henry, because I actually have had a text from Steve West, and you have as well, Mace.
I have, yeah, literally just moments ago.
Yeah, just telling us that he is the #1 player at the Modus Super Series, and Neil Duff still doesn't have 5 weeklies, but he does have 4 and a chance to get 5. First job, he said this week, it was to get to Saturday. He knows the intricacies of this place better than most. So, now that he's here, it's all about making the next step, which is getting to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and they've both had a game on that stage today. Just Neil's was a few hours ago in a completely different tournament, of course.
Yeah, around 12:45, this afternoon.
100.
Richie Burnett, this is what he needs to do to make the semi-finals ahead of Game 3 in Group 1, because he can't affect that. He will set the target,
60.
but that magical formula of points on the board and a positive leg difference, if he gets 2 legs, he will be in the semi-finals.
140.
The way he started this one, I think he's thinking about just winning legs.
100.
Better from Neil.
You want to win your games, don't you? Because let's face it, when we were looking at Group 1, we were looking at Morris and what he did on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He looked
60.
in prime nick. Duff looked very good at times in Group B. And we looked at each other and said, it almost feels like Burnett
100.
is the one who is more likely to be thrown out of the Group 1 scenario. And 33% of the way through the group games,
60.
everything has changed.
Yep. Well, it was a 4-leg run for Burnett after going 1-0 down. And here comes Duff. Oh, wow, that was unfortunate.
120. Richie require 141. $90.
Great last
Now we
start.
require 121.
And if that dart had stayed in the board, this would be 61.
Yeah, got a totally different look, hasn't it? And he's not going to get a go at the ball, so Burnett will be
57.
back for
Richie
11 or tops
51.
or 1932. And he just goes on instinct. Well, that wasn't his instinct. 43 left.
Chooses tops.
11. Now he requires 64.
Choose life.
Choose double 16.
32.
Wow, both had an opportunity
Richie requires
to lead
40.
for Richie. As we already know, he just needs 2 legs in this contest to guarantee
On the first leg.
progression into the
Richie
semi-finals.
Second leg is
Lakeside
Neil
champions
to throw
both.
first.
Yep.
Game on.
27 years apart.
Remarkable. And both WDF World Champions, of course, because
125.
the old World Championship was always under the auspices of the World Darts Federation. It was just promoted by the BDO.
60.
I had a chance to speak with Richie this afternoon before he was getting all of his practice reps in and getting relaxed for tonight. And I can say with hand on heart, it was a very candid chat, and that is going to be released on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel in due course. We will let you know when that comes out.
Yeah, so make sure if you are watching via our YouTube channel, please subscribe and hit that notification bell. Give us a thumbs up. We appreciate
13.
your support. And if you hit the subscribe button and the bell, when that does drop onto our YouTube channel, you will get notified straight away.
59.
And having a sit-down chat with Richie is always worth a listen. How long did you do?
About 30 minutes.
Oh, brilliant.
60.
The 22-year-old kid that went to Trentham Gardens in 2001.
Gold Cup.
Yeah. Seeing him win that
57.
tournament and hoisting that trophy, I was basically transported back to then watching him. That is one of the privileges
100.
of the
Now
time
we
I've spent
require
here in Portsmouth
160.
having that chat with Richie. But he's chasing in leg 2.
140.
Basically, the Gold Cup is the elite of one player from every Super League team in the UK. All congregated at
100.
Trentham Gardens, which was a glass building, and it was never done in the summer. It was always done in autumn/winter. It was freezing, and you would start at 9:30
Third leg,
in the
it's
morning.
Richie to throw first.
The car park was interesting. It was a bit like that part in the Star Wars movie where they're in that, I suppose you could call it a pub type place. Anybody that used to win the Gold Cup through there has my doff my cap.
Well, before we see the opportunity for Burnett to get through to the semi-finals, I remember that weekend really well in 2001 because my close friend Matty Willis from my Super League team, he went all the way from Bedlington in Northumberland to Stoke. First game, John Walton. He was world champion at the time.
Yeah, that's brutal.
60.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played darts with colder hands.
54.
Some people can do that. A lot of people can't. What you've got to have on this stage tonight is a bit of a cold heart. There are some romantic stories about tonight. Maybe Richie getting the win, Morris getting a first weekly title, maybe even David Davis getting his first title tonight. But
or NIKO on debut.
Absolutely.
100.
But sometimes romance doesn't cooperate. It's all about skill, poise, a little bit of patience, and winning the moments.
And that's all Richie's trying to do here.
140.
It'd be interesting to see his response if he does manage to win a second leg, because I'm not sure whether
81.
Richie's the kind of player that
Richie
would know
require
these things.
No, I think he's focused on winning both group games, so he wins the group and has the darts in the semis. And Tommy Morris wants him to win this match.
Yeah, Tommy would love him to win this and win it big, and then he'll just be in a straight shootout with Neil Duff for a place in the semis.
$85. Richie require
This is for
40.
qualification to the final four of week 10. Richie
Games
Burnett
on the third
is in the
leg.
semis for the second
Richie
time.
Burnett.
His record here is getting better by the try.
Full
Two
back is
Saturdays
Neil
from
to throw
two,
first.
two semi-finals from two.
Yeah, I'd say he doesn't know, which is a good thing, in my opinion. Because when you're playing just to win legs, they almost feel impossible.
I'm a bit like that. I like a bit of ignorance is bliss.
95.
Yeah, I like the jeopardy. Keeps you on your toes and sharp.
$100.
This is not bad from Duff. Averaging 88. But behind. And if Burnett wins the game, he'll have a 3-game break before he plays in semi-final number 1. If he finishes second in this group, after losing this match, he will have a 4-game break. That is the biggest game break of the week. Richie doing the right thing here. If something is in your eye, make sure it's not there anymore.
Who is your, I think we've had this conversation, best Welsh player
55.
ever? It's got to be pricey for me.
It is. Based on Grand Slam wins, World Championship win, all the other things he's won, including a really good litany of
60.
European Tour titles, but based on that, it can't be ignored.
Gary Anderson, best Scottish?
Are you trying to get me in trouble?
No, I think it is. I'm with you, Gazzy.
Gary Just.
85.
Yeah.
Neil, we
Closely
require
followed by Peter.
160.
Yeah, I agree.
Burnett's going to get a chance at a 127.
Richie
English
require
one is easy, of course, Bill
127.
Taylor.
Is it? Oh, yeah, of course it is. I forgot about him.
And Irish.
59.
Gurney.
Neil, we require 60.
Closely followed by Duff.
Game show on the fourth leg. Neil Duff.
Still in the match at 2-2.
For
But it's
Fergus
interesting, isn't it,
Ritchie
that
to throw first.
Neil comes
Game
here a lot. He goes to seniors, ADC darts, of course, as well. A bit of WDF. He's almost doing everything else but the PDC. He is walking, talking proof that you can have a fabulous reputation and get success, but obviously the PDC route is just not for him.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't like the idea of being pigeonholed and told, right, this is all you can play in. And with all due respect, I mean, the players that are over 50 and still competing on the tour, all credit to them, but it's absolutely fierce. And it's not for everybody. He's having a great time, a great career. It's not the be-all and end-all.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think by the end of this season, there are going to be some serious reputations not on the PDC Tour anymore and maybe going to places like Reading and
41.
Portsmouth.
Oh, Richie, just about in control of this leg.
100.
You can sense that Duff is not happy with what he's doing up there. If he'd played in this game the way he started on Thursday, I think he'd be 3-1 up.
59.
Neil's record in making Saturdays,
171.
it's unbelievable, just like that shot.
71.
He's now 11 Saturdays from 12 attempts.
And that's remarkable. When you think how difficult it is to qualify, and how many good
41.
players we see not make it.
Neil, we require
Just look
60.
at this week.
To make Tommy Morris worried, it's double 10.
40. Richie require 137.
Well, we've had pretty much everything else this week.
Yeah, we've been playing checkout bingo. Ton plus checkout bingo.
59. Neil, we require
I
20.
genuinely think that's a game we should play. That's not in the way. Neither is that.
50.
Oh, what a chance this is for Burnett. This is a
Richie
freebie.
requires 78.
This is a free hit. 54-24.
Or that for 77 more. He's already through to the semi-finals, and if that doesn't prove that he hasn't got a clue,
38.
I don't know what does.
Neil, you require 5.
Double one with a dart in the way.
No score.
And it hit said dart.
Richie, you require 40.
Double top. Tens have been good to him.
Game
And
shot
they
the
are
fifth
again.
leg. Richie Burnett.
This is an interesting question for you, NIKO. If you could steal
Six leg, it's Neil
another
to
player's
throw
moment, but I
first.
suppose you've had your moment in
Game
winning a
on.
major, but is there one moment you would, of someone else's, that you would like to have as your own?
60.
Mine would be twofold of sorts. Because
63.
it would be something that was done against me. So I'd want to have done what they did to me.
To them?
Yes.
180.
Great start from Duff. 2013 European Darts Trophy.
100.
Winning that tournament instead of Wes Newton getting the last leg. I missed a couple of darts. Wes took it out on dart 3. If I won that tournament, and
100.
obviously the World Cup in 2012, if I'd won those two, you would never see me throw a dart again.
Wow.
36. Neil, we require 160.
They're the two that hurt the most.
Mine would be Lloydie's 170 at the match play against John Part, wasn't it, to win it?
65.
Would you have still hugged John, though?
Probably.
He is pretty huggable. Don't go for the 60. Okay, go for the 60.
180.
Did that the other day, didn't we, on
96.
306? Route 1 darts from RB.
Game shown the 6th leg.
How good was that leg?
Nailed up.
14 darter to take us all the way, and it's
7th
Burnett
from final leg.
with
It's
the honour.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
And Tommy Morris really, really wants Burnett to win this leg. Just to keep the next game he plays
134.
as simple as possible. Dart players hate the thought of having to win by certain margins. They just want to win
44.
clean.
Yeah. Yeah, this is probably or potentially the worst possible scenario. If Duff wins 4-3.
57.
So Tommy Morris will be most definitely a Richie Burnett fan right now. If he isn't already, of course.
I think he was before game 1.
83.
He's got to stay up top. Oh, he's decided to switch. That's interesting.
99.
Maybe because the lead was sufficient.
Yeah.
That he's got the luxury of switching there.
Well, there was nothing that Neil Duff could do to leave a finish. It's
81.
We've talked about it from one side of the coin, from Richie and Tommy's perspective. If you're Duff, losing this match by 4-3, he then
44.
gets that second opportunity in a shootout situation.
which, if you're going to be in those situations, as you say, you just want a straight knockout, don't you?
42.
Well, that's what they're in now, knockout darts.
Richie
From then on in,
require
if Richie converts this
167.
lead into a win.
Here's the strange thing about today for Neil. He's on the cusp of losing his
59.
second game of the day. He could still have a brilliant Saturday.
Both in.
137. Richie require 108.
It's just to win the group.
60. Now we require 114.
This is to stop Richie from winning the group. For now. Oh, boy. We don't know how valuable that could be. Duff gets 2 points. We know that Tommy Morris is going to have to beat Neil Duff. The intricacies of what he needs to do, we will let you know when we come to Game 5. It was a bit of a scruffy affair, but the one thing we've learned from that game is that Richie Burnett is in the semi-finals.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. He won the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening encounter. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They
talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away Days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
Angry Jinx has got one. Goes John on the first end.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And won't they not stand up to? Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When
you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a breaker throw. Live with that full 20. Stops the match. Starts with fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Dance for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Neil Duff poured water on the fire of Richie Burnett, winning by 4 legs to 3. Richie Burnett got the 2 legs that he needed to seal his place into the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening. Right, the last player we haven't seen in action this evening is David Davies, the Welshman who is in action looking for a first weekly title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He was the winner of Group C yesterday afternoon, and earlier on tonight I caught up with him. David, Group C winner, but it was far from straightforward, was it, this week?
Yeah, I felt I struggled Thursday. Don't really know why. My doubles weren't great. My scoring was there. I took it away Thursday night. And I said yesterday I moved into Friday knowing that I've got a lot more to give. I didn't know how much more the other players had, but I knew myself what I had to give. And yeah, thankfully I'm here on finals night.
What did you feel you did so well on Friday?
Picked up on my doubles, I think. I haven't watched anything back. I hope that's true. They felt good, and I was hitting some really big shots as well, which always helps.
You're an experienced campaigner here now. This is your 9th appearance here at the Super Series. You're up there with a list of illustrious names. Do you feel like you've reached the point in your journey now where Saturday nights is almost a minimum expectation compared to maybe in the past it was just harping experience?
It was always, let's make Saturday and then let's see what happens. But now I'm making more and more Saturdays. I want that more. I want that 10 o'clock slot. Hasn't always happened. But I'm hoping tonight can be my first 10 o'clock, and who knows from 10 o'clock onwards.
Is it a case now of taking those next steps in your career? Because it looks like, particularly this year on other circuits, you're just beginning to plot the right path.
There is an dart player in me. It is coming out in dribs and drabs where I do want it to explode and all come out at once, but I'm not greedy. I'll take my time, step by step, and hopefully that inner player does come out tonight.
And how much are those Paul Nicholson asset flights helping?
Well, I don't want to big them up too much, but I haven't lost since I put them on. So I used to use them years ago, and they don't make them anymore. And then I found a set, and he signed them. So it was more of a giggle thing for myself, really, and give Nico something to talk about. And they've worked, so I'm sticking with them.
Well, it's about time Paul Nicholson's darts won something, wasn't it? David, wish you all the best. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Well, the year is 2024 and Paul Nicholson's darts is still doing some winning, but it's David Davies that is throwing them this time around. He takes on Reece Robinson in our 4th game of the night. Reece lost out to NIKO Springer 4-1 in his opener defeat. He is out, but a 4-0 win, we're seeing through. Let's hand back over to the man himself, Paul Nicholson, who's alongside Chris Mason.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what Reece can do to try and keep himself in this Saturday. But it's got nothing to do with the person on the flight. It's got everything to do with the person throwing the darts. Since Thursday evening, David Davies has not lost. A nice 6-game streak he's on. But this man had a 9-game streak this week. But that, it is inconsequential now. He must win this game against the man from Denby. Otherwise, David Davies will be into the semi-finals. And he will take NIKO Springer with him.
Yeah, on the back of that 9-game winning streak, only really just about squeaked through. But you're right, what has gone on prior to this means nothing. It is very much about getting it all right on the night.
First leg, it's Reece to throw first.
Impressed with
Game on!
David Davies's mindset from Thursday to Friday. Spoke very well. And we were having our own little private conversation about how relevant it is that most players just put it down to as I would. But he now has a way of analysing his level of performance and then righting the wrongs or finding out something within himself and his game that he can somehow put right overnight.
There's so many players, what they do is they finish a daily campaign and they focus too much on how they're feeling.
59.
They don't actually look deeper and see what went wrong, and then after identifying it, they can't put it right because they don't know what it was.
Well, and they look at the games that they've lost rather than focused on the games that they've won and why they won them. You know, it's like, you know, it's like the old social media thing, isn't it? You can have 99 positive tweets, but the one that gets you back up's the negative one.
Well, I've got an analogy for you here, and I hope this isn't lost on anybody, but Di was playing on Thursday, and it wasn't bad.
96.
But the fact is, by the time it came to the end of Thursday, he turned into Crystal Palace at the end of the previous Premier League season. First half, not so good. And then, towards the middle to the end, a different beast.
Yeah, he was. He was like a different player.
58. Reece require 84.
Is that you've got to restart and go again on finals night? We've seen so many players that slip up.
Show on the first leg.
Reece Robinson starting with a 14 darter. He was beaten by NIKO Springer 4-1. Did average over 90. That's an indication of where his scoring game is, because it was very much a
100.
A performance where his opportunities were limited.
We can't tell you that if Robinson was to win this game by 4-0, he would qualify for the semis.
44.
If he doesn't, things could be very tight. Indeed, if he was to win this game by 4-1, the 9-dart shootout is still alive. But that would mean that Di would have to beat NIKO Springer 4-1 as well. And trust me, if you're Davies right now, you're thinking, beat Robinson,
60.
because I don't want to have to beat Springer to qualify for the Final Four. As he put it, the 10 o'clock spot. That just goes to show how experienced he is when he talks about it like that.
I've never heard anybody reference that.
85.
For those of you who don't know, we don't start the semi-finals before 10 p.m.
Just because he's referenced that, if he wins tonight, the closing line is going to be, and finally, darts at 10.
Oh, can't have a 10 dart, of course.
136.
BBC is 9, isn't it?
There are some nervous-looking people out in the audience. I believe that Tommy Lishman is still here supporting Reece Robinson.
40.
Yeah, well, there he is in the back of shot.
Can't miss him. The #1 ginger in Yorkshire, apparently. His words, not mine.
Game shot on the second.
But it is 1-1.
David Davies. The leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
Two very different players here, but they both play with passion. One of
60.
them loves to exude it and to almost show off at times, whereas Dai, he just tries to keep it under wraps a bit.
Yeah, Reece is very much a performer, isn't he?
81.
He loves to entertain and be creative. David Davis is all business.
43.
I was having a chat with
96.
Davis about these flights earlier in the week. I knew that he had a few sets left because he's right, they don't make them anymore and they haven't made them for over 10 years. He actually got them from Mark Webster. Mark said to me years ago, have you got some spare flights? My friend really likes those flights. And I gave him a bag full. I hope he gave you them all, Di. Hope he's not holding some of them out on you.
83.
Well, yeah, of course, back in the day when you had a manufacturer, they would just give you them, they wouldn't get them in packets. You just get a great big bag full.
There you can see the angle of attack of Robinson. Not the usual one, but he's trying to utilise a dart tonight that takes pressure off the arm. We suspect that there's a little bit of discomfort in the lower arm department.
Yeah, he's definitely got tennis elbow.
100. Reece require 158.
Holding it after every final dart last night. He was in agony. So these, he can be a little softer.
David require 141.
On the forward motion element of his throw. But it means the dart goes in a little flatter. Well, a lot flatter.
And one of the reasons for
57.
that discomfort for him is because he utilises the middle and third finger quite a lot. And when you flick that a lot, it engages tendons. I love this. Another one. Second time he's done that tonight.
Yeah, when
David,
Reece
require
is
84.
absolutely on it. They go in.
This is for a break of throw. Oh, it's pinpoint.
David Davis.
That's one of those darts where you can't help but make that face.
Full flag, it's David to throw first.
That was nice.
Yeah, not only is it nice, but you know what your opponent's thinking.
Game on.
I know what Reece is thinking right now. How many people have I done that to? Now it may be somebody's turn to do it to me.
$80.
When he started on Thursday afternoon, Davis was a ball of tension. He didn't look comfortable at all. It took him about 2.5 games to warm up.
100.
Yeah, he was. You could actually see the tightness and the tension. Everything was low, wasn't it? Or overpitched.
100.
Come Friday, he was a very different player. But the same could be said of Robinson on Monday. Wasn't a good day, but come Tuesday, my word. He switched into gear and he didn't lose.
180.
From game 2 on Tuesday all the way through to his first game on Thursday night.
Well, no player has it more 180s
59.
than Reece. He's now up to 35 for the week.
That is not a bad effort at all.
122.
Why would you do that?
I was about to ask you the same question.
$134. Race required 99.
I know why you do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. 2 double tops again. Decides not to.
That was the right play.
Absolutely.
59. David, it requires
Because if you miss the board
128.
again, you might be sitting on something like 60 or 80 if you do something doubly stupid.
This is looking like
24.
a bit of Desmond
Required
2-2. Oh, they really are well below horizontal to the floor.
Game show on the
Works though.
fourth leg.
15 darter,
Reece
2-2.
Robinson.
We can now say that Reece Robinson cannot
It's Reece to
qualify
first.
once
Game
this
on.
game is over. He can still win this contest,
100.
but he will need to wait until the conclusion of game number 6. His best way of getting through is to beat Davies and hope that Springer does a number on the Welshman as well.
99.
In that scenario, Robinson would be in semi-final 1 playing the winner
81.
of Group 1. And we don't know who that is yet.
No, we've got to wait a while.
Just how big was that 114
82.
checkout from Duff?
Yeah, monstrous, wasn't it? He never looked likely to win that contest until the tops went in on the 114.
100.
So much effort coming in to the dartboard from Robinson and from Burnett. Don't tell me that darts is not a physical sport.
100.
Especially when you're playing in your 25th game of the week. You're hoping that you play 27 if you're Robinson.
140.
That's the score that David needs. A 140 and a prayer.
$60. Reach require 80.
Double 10. He's trying to figure out the angle here, and he's gone right.
60.
I think he
David, you
thought
require
that if he went right, he could
120.
skid it off the stem as well.
Yeah. He's trying to almost drop it.
Like a plane on a runway. It missed the runway.
Was this 120 finish number 11?
80.
No.
You've seen that checkout more than
Reach
any
require
other this week.
20.
Things are about to get sticky. Now he goes left.
No score.
What a freebie for Davies. This is to break the throw as well. This is a pre-Christmas gift.
David, you require 40.
Double 5.
30.
He cannot unwrap it.
Reach require 20.
And Davis has a bit of a history on Saturday nights, not making the semi-finals in all those attempts.
50.
Wow, who wants this leg?
Maybe that's
David,
about to
require
change.
5.
That's a great single.
Three.
Just a bit too cautious.
Reach
No
require
need to be cautious with one dart in hand. You've got to attack. Oh, we do this in exhibitions on 5.
No score.
He can't cushion it into double 1 for one of those accidental double doubles.
2.
Davis just needs the 1. The averages are out the window. But the lead is the Welshman's. He will not believe he's won that leg. And Robinson is very close to the exit door now. The 3rd weekly title seems a very long way away.
Yeah, nothing has gone his way so far this evening.
And this is where you put your foot to the floor.
Yeah, what a lovely position, though, for David Davis. If he can convert the lead into a win, it means his match with NIKO is for position only.
And by the time they play, that's if Davies wins this game. By the time we get to game 6, we'll know who's won Group 1 and who is runner-up.
Yeah, and the players then will know whoever wins that match will determine whoever they play.
They all want to win the group because they get the darts in the semi-finals if they win the group.
96.
Robinson will stay on the 19s when he comes back.
Eventually regrouped after a great 140, a couple of 4 stray darts before bagging 2 treble 20s.
$99.
So, yeah, I don't know, NIKO.
That's 2 questionable calls now from someone who is so dart smart. Oh my word. That stem has been demolished. I hate to say it, but that stem is in pieces.
Yeah, I'd like to have another look at that because it just exploded.
100.
Not the first time that's happened this week. It's a good job he's got spares.
Well, stems ain't the issue, NIKO. It's those flights. So if you've got any at home in your drawer, get in touch with David Davis.
Seriously.
David, you require 120.
He does want more of them. If you have any, contact him. Trust me, he wants them. He is willing to pay for them.
I'm not going to see Shanghai number 11.
60. Risha requires 66.
To stay alive. If he misses this, he runs the risk of elimination. He is not eliminated yet.
Sixth flag. Reese Robinson.
He's doing it the hard way.
7th and final leg. It's Reese to
the best
first.
That Robinson can do
Game on.
Is 2 points and -2. What that means is NIKO Springer
100.
is in the semi-finals.
$100.
It's not really a shock, is it? But the fact that he's done it after 1 match, that is good news for him. The pressure's off. A bit like it was last night. He was qualified pretty much at the halfway point. And when you're in a one-leg shootout like this, if you're Davies, you just want it done. You don't want to have to go through Springer.
No. That would be a scenario that he would be trying to avoid after seeing Reese get gubbed 4-1.
I'm going to use the cricket analogy again. It's a bit like being
100
in a situation at the crease where they say you're going to face a medium pacer for 3 deliveries and you've got to get 6 runs. So 2 per ball. If you don't, you're going to be facing
60.
Alan Donald in his pomp the next over, and you've got to get those 6 runs from his deliveries. That's something you didn't want to do.
Got to go back up for the 20s.
65.
Leaves 170.
Rishi require 144.
Wow.
Well, you can see on the actual treble wire exactly where it's hit. A genuine bounce out.
21.
It's left a twinkle.
It has, yeah.
David, you require 170.
Here's the biggest thing. Reese has not done very well there in getting points. There's a chance he could do this in 2 visits.
97. Rishi require 123.
To stay alive. He needs the bull.
98.
Now Davis can put him away.
David, you require 73.
And this would to be putting Reese Robinson out of the Modus Super Series for the year. Double top.
33.
Good line.
Rishi require
Just didn't drop.
25.
Wow. 544. That's pressure for you.
Which double does he want to leave? He's decided on double 1.
No score.
Answers on a postcard,
David, you
NIKO.
require
I can't help you there.
40.
Strange decision. He looks pretty lighthearted about it. But he could be out. Is out. And finally, David Davis is going to be a semi-finalist. He will reach the 10 o'clock point here in Portsmouth on a Saturday night. And he's done so crucially before he takes on the favourite for the title tonight. If he beats him, he will win the group. But the puff of the cheeks of the man who's just averaged 80.24 and getting 25% on the doubles. It was a workmanlike performance, and it was just good enough to get him through to the semi-finals. Now, we have to wrap up group number 1. It's a bit more intricate, but we'll get to that after the break.
4 games down on this Saturday night, and we now have a clearer picture as to who the semi-finalists will be a little bit later on this evening. Richie Burnett has qualified through Group 1, whilst that 4-3 victory for David Davis before the break has seen him and NIKO Springer into the final 4. Our 5th game is between Neil Duff and Tommy Morris. Morris must beat Duff by 4-1 or 4-0 to qualify. Duff will qualify at Tommy's expense when he reaches 2 legs. In commentary, Chris Mason, Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, this is rather bleak for Tommy, isn't it? Everything was going so well in the first 3 days, but now Tommy needs to beat the 2022 WDF champion into the ground if he stands any chance of getting through to the semi-finals. And this is a tall task. He must stop Duff from getting 2 legs. Beating him is hard enough, but beating him like that is just a little bit harder.
He's got to win 4-1 or better, Tommy.
To throw first. Game on.
And he's got to do so against the darts.
Yeah, it gets even tougher. But what we do know about Tommy is he is tenacious.
100.
That'd be a good nickname for him, Tenacious T.
Like it.
He's waited a very long time as well for this game. He towed the Oki about an hour and a half ago. And his first game, it didn't take that long. It was over in less than 12 minutes. So he's waited about an hour and 20 for this?
100.
Talk about that massive gap between game 1 and game 5 on a Saturday night. It's something you have to learn to manage if you win Group A.
Yeah, well, there's only been one quick match, and that was NIKO against Reese. That was 4-1. That was over in the brink of the eye, and then the next matches went all the way to a deciding leg.
83.
So it has been 20 legs completed since he got off that stage.
100.
I can imagine the atmosphere on a Saturday night is just a little bit different to the previous 5 days. 60. You can give us some sort of insight into that.
Yeah, the atmosphere was it's quite jovial and everyone's having a bit of a crack, a bit of banter. And there is number 11 of Shanghai finishes on 20s for the week. That's just bonkers. Yeah, but Saturday night really different.
Tommy to throw first.
It's a lot more subdued and everybody's just their senses are heightened. You can feel the difference. You can feel the tension in the air. So me bowling in there as bouncing around didn't particularly go down that well, I don't think.
What we can tell you now is that Tommy must win the next 4 legs. If he doesn't, he's going back to Dorset tonight without a return to Champions Week guaranteed in this series.
Well, that's what Richie did to him, of course. He won the first leg before Richie rolling off 4 on the spin.
60.
How many times have we seen it where Duff edges his way through to the semis and then all of a sudden a switch is flicked and the Wagyu version of Duff turns up and he'll say, I'll just have the win, thank you.
Yeah, he's a good match play player, and I know that firsthand.
83.
It's very hard to bully and get on top of and try and affect mentally.
140. Tommy Buck 121.
This is to stay alive.
38.
This is now getting very risky, and he knows everything that is happening.
Yeah, whatever his mindset is on a Saturday night, because this has some similarities to it, doesn't it?
69.
He's now survived 1 elimination dart.
83.
Double 16 for himself. Oh,
67.
boy. Well, that was on its way in before.
Require 32.
A horrific deflection.
The doubles tonight just haven't cooperated for him. He's 1 from 12. And he's now been eliminated.
Second leg. Nailed up.
Duff knows his fate. He's halfway to winning this game.
Third leg, it's nailed.
But Tommy Morris will not make the final four of a week where he really did impress in Group A.
Yeah, he's going to feel absolutely devastated right now, but
94.
all he has to reflect on is Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday going forward, and what did I do there? What was my mindset?
42.
What was my preparation? And what have I done different coming into this one?
$60.
If Duff wants to win the group,
40.
he must win by 4 legs to 2 or better. That would give him a greater leg difference
140.
than Richie Burnett, and of course he'd have the 2 wins.
99.
So just winning is going to be enough. I'm getting carried away with the leg difference. Duff is cruising right now, and I think Tommy's feeling a little dizzy.
Yeah, I agree.
He just can't hide his disappointment. And can you blame him? Absolutely not.
And we've seen it so many times before, Nico. It can be a bit of a curse winning Group A and having those 2 days off. We've seen it more times than I can remember.
When someone does win a week from Group A, it's actually more impressive. I remember when Connor Scott was here in the previous series. And we've seen it from Bradley Roos in the past as well. Win Group A, win Group 1, win the week. That is the ideal situation, but it is not easy to do that.
44.
That's why it doesn't happen very often.
It just so happens that when Littler won his first series here,
100.
he won Group A, he won Group 1, he won the week, he won Group A, he won Group 1, he won the series.
But he is quite good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quite handy. He might have a future.
He could earn a few quid out of the game, I think.
57.
I forgot to ask Richie Burnett earlier what he thinks of the fact that dart players at the top of the rankings now have Christian Louboutin shoes and Louis Vuitton bags.
180.
That's actually a true story. They're both wearing shoes on the Oki right now, which are akin to the fashion trend of Aspinall and Littler.
Oh, it's those, is it? Oh, yeah, it is, yeah. What are they, Nico?
They're a shoe that I'd never wear myself. They're not my
82.
style. They're called mallets.
Right.
Nothing wrong with them. They're just not my style.
Is that the company that makes them?
Indeed.
59.
Other shoes are available.
Here we rock 195.
I'm not sure I like the plasticky bit around the bottom, personally, but they do look comfortable. And they're obviously a
55.
nice darting shoe because they are so popular with the players.
Indeed. Duff is going for the 4-0 victory to win the group.
40.
Trying to cheer himself up after losing in the first round or the quarterfinals of the ADC Tour Championship today. And he wins the group by putting Tommy Morris out. He will be disappointed, but I assure you of this. When we see more of Tommy in this building, if indeed we do, because he might get a tour card in January, I am positive that success will be imminent for him. But the positive thing for Duff, with a 120 checkout and a very steady performance, he has won the group and he's going to be involved in the very first semi-final. Well, we're going to find out who he's going to play after the next match is completed. This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy.
And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! He gets his second 180 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night so far. It's quite some going. And 26 180s in total last night, I think. Something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McCarr,
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win Jeffrey Swan defeating Diving Boat at 6-5 as
59.
Heenan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. One in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This would be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heenan.
Conor Heenan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have one final group game to go. And both of these players will be playing in the semi-finals. And we usually have the phrase winner stays on, don't we? But in this case, it's going to be the loser stays on. The winner of this match will top group 2 and will have the advantage of throw in the second semi-final. The loser will be heading straight back on stage to take on Neil Duff, who sealed a 4-0 win against Tommy Morris. He is through as the group winner. Richie Burnett awaits in the semi-finals as well. Right, let's get into this one in the company of Chris Mason.
David to throw first. Game on.
Let's find out who will play against Duff or Burnett in the final 4 then. We're getting close to our semi-finals here in Portsmouth on Saturday night.
96.
And the Grand Slam semis are complete. Tomorrow afternoon, when week 10 is in the books, you all have our permission
91.
to watch the semi-final between Gary Anderson and Luke Littler. The other one will be Mansell and Lukeman.
Yeah, still a bit of a contrast.
140.
Going to be amazing. What an opportunity for Mansell and Lukeman to
100.
reach their first major final. And does that also gives them an invite straight into next year's, doesn't it?
Gets you straight back into next year's event.
Wow. Double whammy.
95.
And that's what tonight is about, isn't it? It's about winning the week and getting into Champions Week. It's the peripheral reward.
60. David, you require 170.
Come on, Di, give us our 4th of the week. I dare you. Should have double dared him. That would be a good name for Di. Double dare. He is double D.
He is.
100.
I'm only saying that because he doesn't
David
really have a
requires
nickname.
65.
Double top.
45.
Not quite.
Now, I know you know these
NIKO, you require
things,
150.
NIKO, but do you know how many, or hazard a guess at how many different nationalities have taken part Not in its previous conception down in Southampton, but
54.
since we moved to this brand new venue.
I'll hazard a guess on the next leg. Because Davies is on double 4.
12.
It's more than that.
NIKO, you require 96.
I think he might be left on double 4, the way that NIKO's been finishing. Ah, the old double trick.
Game
on a
shot
pinhead.
the first leg. NIKO Springer.
Ah, the face of pride. Yeah, he's quite good, isn't he?
It's NIKO to throw first. Game on.
I don't know the number, but for some reason I'm going to use my favourite number of 32.
Oh, very close, NIKO. 36.
140.
Do you know how many different winners we've had?
That I do know. Because if one of these two or Richie Burnett win tonight, it will be the 70th different winner.
60.
Remarkable, isn't it? And we've had... How many competitors do you think we've had?
Oh,
or
that
different
one,
competitors?
That one I don't know.
411.
56.
Amazing.
And that will continue to grow next week.
Well, yeah, exactly. And of course, it's increasing
140.
by the week because of the opportunities created via for the ADC. I think we get the mix just about right, don't we?
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to perfect at the minute with new faces, existing faces.
65.
There are some faces that we want here, but we do have to wait quite a long time, and we waited a long time to see NIKO, but...
Well, this is really last knockings, unfortunately, but we just couldn't, or he couldn't facilitate us. You can see in the interviews he does, he was
96.
keen as mustard to have an opportunity to play here. So is this another 96, a different way? Of course it is.
Game shown the second leg.
Starting to sound like a Michelin-starred restaurant, this. Waiter, I'll have the 96 two ways.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And just another food analogy for NIKO. He's a bit like the Christmas turkey. Enjoy it while it lasts, because maximum we will get another visit from him in Champions Week. But it might just be this game and the next. That's the worst case scenario for NIKO Springer fans.
Yep. He is off to pastures newer.
115.
World Championship, of course, so we'll get to see him make his bow in Ali Pali.
140.
And then it's tour card time.
Yeah, getting to know such exotic locations as
Milton
Rosmarlin
Keynes.
and Wigan and Leicester.
In fairness, Milton Keynes is all right.
That's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
40.
Well, it's nice because it's a beautiful hotel there, and it's all within the same complex, isn't it? And there's plenty to do around there.
And if you like roundabouts, that is the place for you.
97.
The only other drive where I seem to hit more
84.
roundabouts is
NIKO, you require 130.
when we used to live in Corwin in North Wales. And you eventually come off the motorway onto the 55. My goodness. I don't think you go more than 3 miles without finding a roundabout.
58.
I'd use about half a tank of petrol travelling 100 miles and then another half doing the next 30 miles.
137. NIKO, you require 72.
Nice approach there from Dye. But this is tops.
32. David, you require 92.
And Davis getting the match.
Yeah, went the double-double. Rightly so.
80.
Although,
NIKO, you require
when that
40.
happens, you think, what should I? Did I do the right thing? Is he going to do the right thing? Oh.
No score.
That's something we haven't seen
David,
much
you
of this
require
week.
12.
At the point of qualification last night, Nico, there was a shift in mentality.
Yeah, just a slight reduction in intensity.
Correct.
Oh, how does he hit this? That's how. Creating lanes for himself. And Davis reduces the deficit to 1.
Full flag is NIKO to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure that Davis is thinking right now, nothing but relief. He's worked so hard to make a semi-final. This is his 5th Saturday. So it's not 5th time lucky, it's 5th time persistent.
Yes, and he will be aware more so than
58.
Than we are about that stat, and it's just another hurdle to get over.
And you know when he goes home to Denbighshire and people may not have been able to watch, they say, "Oh, how did you get on, Di?" And he said, "Well, I fell in the group again." And that sinking of the stomach of communicating that he didn't go one step further. At
98.
worst, here tonight, he's going back to Denbighshire saying, "I actually got out the group this time."
Yeah, saying you lost in a semi-final. That's his first max of the match. 1 apiece now.
Has he got time for another one to keep up that record of 2 as an average per game? I think he's got plenty of time.
85. NIKO, you require 58.
For 3-1. Yeah, I think that hitting that 180 just triggered that, like you rightly said, the intensity. Oh, a little wink.
Fifth leg is David
Aye,
to
aye.
first. Game on.
Yeah, he liked that. I think he liked the wink more than the 58, Nico.
100.
We have this saying up the northeast. I don't even know where it comes from, but when you do something like that, we say, "Aye, aye, chicken pie."
57.
Oh, that's staying in my locker.
It's about as good as sound as a fish cake.
Yeah. Tickety-boo.
97.
If Di loses this game, he will have to stay on to take on Neil Duff. And that's someone he has not faced this week. They were in different groups over the last couple of days.
Yes, so that will have a slightly different
122.
dynamic.
And Springer against Burnett. Has Springer ever seen anybody like Burnett before?
I wouldn't have thought so.
If that time comes, we will check to see if they've played each other before, because it will be fascinating if they haven't.
140.
Nico effectively
92.
going through the motions in this leg. We'll give it the big push in leg 6 where he will have the darts.
Game shot the fifth leg. David Davis.
Have they met, Nico?
They have.
No way.
Sixth leg is NIKO.
This
to
year
confirm.
on the Challenge Tour in Leicester,
Game on.
Springer won 5 legs to 2. So I think that's a big thing if he wins this group.
70.
Because when he plays Richie, anything that happens should not be a surprise.
Absolutely. He'll be fully aware of the mannerisms and pace of the game.
I think about Johan Brouwer this week, who did have some big moments, but when he was playing Richie,
didn't know how to deal with him.
He was dizzy.
Yeah, his head was
59.
in the shed.
That's based on a scenario that is an if.
100.
Because Davies could actually set up an all-Welsh semi-final for the 2 players that graduated from Group C.
140.
And if that happens, it means that Duff has got to face the person that he said gave him a bit of a shoeing.
Yes. That's one way of putting it.
91.
That's left the 170. We've seen 3 of those already this week. Under 9, of course.
140.
It's casual.
David, you require
as you
170.
can get. More casual than Top Man, that was.
Oh, not another one. Oh, it's number 4. And he enjoyed that one.
David.
That one was for you. Di Davies with an absolute
7th and
plum.
final leg. It's David.
He does love a bullseye. Does our die?
Game on. $100.
4 170s in a week. Week's not even finished.
60.
The amount of big finishes we've seen, over 130 this week, I've never seen the like.
Yeah, it's not been confirmed because we've not really had a dig, but I don't think there have been a week with more 120 to 170 finishes. I think we've had 11 120s.
But so many of the shots have been hit multiple times. Couple of 142s and 156s, 161s, 164s, 170s.
The only one we're still waiting for is the 167.
We really are greedy, aren't we? How about a 350 and 6? Well, that was too much to ask for.
It might have had to.
100.
Not happening for him in this one.
The only person to beat Springer this week is Sebastian Białecki, and he has left the Modus Super Series maybe for good.
80.
Yep, he's off to pastures new as he now has a tour card. There's the 2, NIKO.
David, it require 120.
2 180s it is. And the destiny of winning this group rests possibly on this shot.
56. NIKO, you require 70.
Does Springer get a break? It's a 70 checkout that he's already taken out twice tonight.
54.
David, it wouldn't spring a surprise if he did hit it.
This is to win the group. And for the first time, David Davis has won a group on a Saturday night. And what he's going to do now is keep NIKO Springer on the board, where he will take on Neil Duff, someone who he's very familiar with from the last couple of nights. And familiarity will be the case of the semi-finals, because Di Davies will take on Richie Burnett after edging that one by 4 legs to 3. That 170 in the penultimate leg gave him the chance of winning the group. So we've got the semi-finals coming up, but before we get to that, we'll give you a little taste of what is about to come up, because it's not just about Modus Super Series action before Christmas. We've got more to come.
Tickets to the latest Red Dragon Modus Super Series Dart Showdown Champions Edition go on sale from 9 a.m. tomorrow, with Jack Mate being the last influencer to complete the lineup. The event is on the 1st of December, and some of the professional dart players include Gemma Hayter, Steve West, and Glenn Durrant, who makes his showdown debut. To tonight's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and this is what we've seen. The group stage action has come to an end, and it saw David Davies get the better of NIKO Springer in a last leg decider for 3. Neil Duff won both of his matches. He'll take on NIKO in the first semi-final, and then it's an all-Welsh affair. The 2 Group C players going toe-to-toe as David Davies takes on Richie Burnett. Chris and Paul are with me in the studio. They've watched all the action in the commentary box so far this evening. Let's kickstart with Neil Duff, the winner of Group 1. Now, we had that question, didn't we, earlier on? Would the Tour Championship and the early exit affect him? This is a different man in a different tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, he started off a little shaky and then produced a wonderful 1-1-4 finish to get him out of trouble. And the big thing for me is, across 2 matches, Tommy Morris has won 1 leg. And this is a guy that dominated Group A, literally from, as NIKO said, from wire to wire, had an average of over 94 in that 15-match campaign, and didn't even scare the thought of making the semi-final at least. Shocking.
Missed a lot of doubles in his first match, and it looked like he never really got to the races against Neil.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Tommy's going to be chastising himself for the next couple of days over that one. But we have to go back to the first game because he missed those doubles. Richie pounced and didn't look back. So experience wins in group number 1. And maybe sometimes we look at the Saturday night complexes and we have proof that Saturday night is completely different to the marathon format of actually getting here. It's a different tournament, as the players would say. And tonight, Group 1 proves it.
What kind of read would you have on Richie so far this evening?
Richie don't mind going underneath the radar. He's one of them kind of players that, as long as you sort of hand him off and keep him at arm's length, you can get the better of him. But if you start getting involved in a bit of a brawl with him, there's only going to be one winner, and that's Richie. So much experience, knows how to win ugly, doesn't care about winning ugly. And you could see actually in his reaction at 2-0 up against Duff, he didn't realise that was it, job done, you're through, you can relax. He wanted to win the match, and he was gutted when he lost it. Obviously, once he'd come off stage and realised, you're fine, mate, you're through, he'll just reset, he'll go through his normal probably 10-15 minutes practice, and he's going to be tough to beat.
Is Richie indicative of that old generation that don't care how, where maybe with the new school we see a lot that players win games and are still unhappy about how they've averaged?
Yes, that's true. Richie doesn't care one jot about numbers. He's just about getting the one number that you need, which is the 4 in this case. And look at what he's done previously. He hasn't had a great deal of visits to Portsmouth, but the last time he was here, he made the semi-finals as well. Is he playing his best darts at the minute? Absolutely not, but he's still there. It's wily, which is what you get from Duff. He's not playing his best darts at all, but he's still there as well.
Yeah, you look at those younger players and the monitor on the screen, what you see at home with the averages and the stats come up, that comes up on the monitor screen on stage, and the younger players, the first thing they do is, what's my average? You know, they're obsessed by numbers because it's such a instrumental part of modern sport.
It's probably a discussion for another day, but particularly with players like Tommy that are new Burton would see, how do you drum that kind of mentality out?
Well, listen, I'd love Tommy to bits. I think he's a great talent, and he's getting better and better. But that's why I wouldn't throw him in at the deep end, because I don't think he's the finished article, and that's a compliment, by the way. And sometimes when you want something too quickly, it can be detrimental, and he needs nurturing, not maybe. It's not the be all and end all being a tour card holder don't mean you're any better than me or you're a professional dart player all of a sudden. It means you've had a few good days at Milton Keynes and the draws may drop for you. I've seen so many players that are so-called so talented back here in 2 years, you know, and they come back with their tail between their legs, and who knows what damage has been done in that 2-year period, because it is absolutely brutal. It is savage. You can literally look how good Robert Owen played here. And look how the first year for him, it was savage. It's tough, and you've got to be ready. You've got to be winning these things pretty comfortably. and you've got to be winning challenge tours pretty comfortably, and then I'd say you're ready to go.
Well, Barry Van Peer, a great example of that last year. From one Welshman in Robert Owen to another one in David Davies. Won both of his matches tonight. Hasn't come easy for him at points, but when it's mattered, he's shown some real quality.
Yeah, he has. I think getting through that first game was crucial for him to play well against NIKO. I think if he loses that first game, he doesn't find the 170. He doesn't find that level of comfort and freedom. But when he pointed to the camera after hitting the 170, that's one of, right, now I'm ready to put my foot down and see what I can do when it comes to knockout darts. That's a tremendous moment. He enjoyed it, and then after that, he went on to win the game as well.
Is this a different side to David, where at the start he was kind of a little bit shy, a little bit timid, kind of within himself a little bit?
Listen, experience is knowledge, and then it's what you do with that knowledge, and that's what he is now doing. But without these kind of opportunities, you know, you try learning your trade, playing in opens and knockouts, and all of a sudden you're thrown in. It's very hard. And listen, this is his 6th time in a Saturday night. This is the first time he's made a semi-final, so he's doing something right.
The other player that made it through was NIKO Springer. Okay, he lost that game against David Davies, but it felt like normal progress in terms of the way he's played at times.
Yeah, he's played nowhere near his best yet, and he's actually done some really good stuff tonight, but he's able to pace himself. It just so happens that he's got more gears left to find than most. And when the intensity ramps up against Neil Duff in the first semi-final, I am 100% positive that another level will be found. It's just a question of whether Neil can deflect. He doesn't have the darts in the semi-final, NIKO, and he's going to have to break pretty soon. Otherwise, Duff is a master front runner.
Yeah, we picked up on it in comms yesterday. Once he knew he'd qualified, it was a different player. He just not sort of literally just went all casual, but there wasn't that intensity because there's no jeopardy. And I think he's a player that loves that fear factor of if you lose a match, you're out. So, well, we're about to find out, aren't we? We'll work out what he's all about in the next match.
Well, let's talk about that first semi-final, because there's such an interesting dynamic with NIKO and Neil in terms of the raw natural ability. NIKO's shown that in bucket space this year across different venues, but Neil's got this experience that perhaps NIKO hasn't got. Could these two meet in the middle a fair bit?
Yeah, you could do they say in boxing about styles make fights, where this is experience against youth, isn't it? It's a former world champion against someone who wants to be a world champion. You've got all that flair, but then you've also got the reliability of Duff. These kind of games are fascinating. This place is brilliant for, because it pits these youngsters, these upstarts who think they're great, against these older players who think, oh, I'll beat him comfortably. And then all of a sudden, look at Tommy against Richie, a perfect example. After the first start there, I looked at NIKO and I thought, Richie's in a world of trouble here.
Where else would they play?
Yeah.
Nowhere. And it's an interesting point, because we were having discussions about it. Where else? Because you've got so many separations in terms of tour, ADC, WDF, Challenge Tour. There's not many places where players can meet in the middle, can they?
No, there just isn't that opportunity. You can in opens maybe, but that's not this environment, is it? Or this kind of money.
Very quickly, second semi-final.
Well, it's all Welsh, and we're going to have another Welsh player in a final game, but I think the romantic side of us would love to see Richie Burnett make it, but Davies has got to be thinking this is a tremendous opportunity to make his first final. I have to say at this point, though, romance aside, I think the winner of tonight comes from the first semi-final.
Chaps, thank you very much for now. The players are ready. It's time for the semi-finals. And semi-final number 1 sees NIKO Springer and Neil Duff go toe-to-toe. These two have got history so far this week. Rivals will renew for a 3rd time in our first semi-final.
Tour Championship today, and he wins the group by putting Tommy Morris out. It's another 4-1 victory.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is now time to introduce the semi-finalists. Firstly, would you please welcome, here's the winner of 4 weekly Modus Super Series titles. It's Neil Duff. and a multiple developmental winner, NIKO Springer!
Well, this is a battle between youth and experience. And experience in this building doesn't come much greater than Neil Duff. If he wins tonight, it's his 5th weekly title, tied with Steve West, his 6th, including a Specials Week crown. As for NIKO Springer, he's on debut in this competition, but he isn't going to be here next year. He's won his tour card for the Development Tour of Merit and will appear at the Alexandra Palace in the World Championship in December. In commentary for our first semi-final, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, welcome back to the action. And this fixture, it has history over the last couple of days. It was actually this fixture between NIKO Springer and Neil Duff that gifted us the biggest average of the series. It was on Friday night that Springer started his campaign to get into Saturday night by demolishing Duff with an average of 112.05. It's now officially knockout darts time.
First leg is Neil to throw first. Game on!
And it's knockout darts time for the second time today for Neil. He's got the darts because he won his group. And because he's 2-0 down to NIKO for the week, he'll want to scrub that and figure out a way to get to another final.
140.
Yeah, the mentality will be exactly that. Right, well, you may have got me twice, but now it matters. I'm going to get you back.
100.
This really could be a classic. The worrying thing for Duff, though,
91.
it will lie in the first start of Springer. When he gets that right, there's every likelihood that Duff will not catch him, no matter how well he plays.
And it's got a nice pace to this one as well, hasn't it?
Absolutely right.
Quite similar. Both players get out of the way nice and quickly. This is just all
100.
about the darts.
Brilliant. Better than brilliant.
180.
But there's a chance.
170.
Big chance. Chance missed.
Yeah, did nothing wrong there. Just didn't find the target. There was no shoulder. Wow.
Oh, it's right in the corner.
Nowhere near. Nowhere near where he was aiming, but that's the way the cookie crumbles in this game.
Game on.
I didn't know I was commentating with Bruce Almighty here. Bruce Nolan. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
100.
Well, nobody's crumbled so far. I bet Steve West is watching this thinking, you dare, Neil. I like being the only person who's got 5 weekly titles. There's the whole massive. Sticking together until the end.
134.
Well, that's better because the 3 treble visits have diminished to 2, and of late the 2 treble visits have become 1.
140.
That was Andy Davidson from Scotland. Former weekly champion.
100.
Yeah, he's in action next week.
Yeah, great to see Andy back in the building. It's been a rough few months for him, but he's back in the winner's circle after winning in Malta
60.
recently.
You go over 167.
What was that? A WDF event?
It was.
57.
Also won the Welsh, beating Matthew Edgar in the final.
Yeah, that's never easy. Not beating Matt Edgar, I mean winning the tournament.
Great last start from Duff.
110.
Double 16 for Springer.
94. Neil, you require
This
101.
really would be very handy for Neil to bag this.
Got a feeling he's going to get it.
Tops. Oh, it's typical Duff.
On the second leg.
Just when everything's on the line, he's able to turn the dial just a little bit more.
To throw first. Game on.
Is it fair to say that if Duff does win tonight, that he will go to the top of the all-time list of players here, because he'd have the 5 weekly titles, he'd have the specials title,
100.
but he still hasn't got that series. By the end of the year, he could have the set.
Yeah, listen, if he wins this tonight and goes on to win Champions Week, then outside of Littler, it's all about him and Steve West, isn't it?
Correct.
100.
That's the ideal end of year series game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Imagine it was Duff against West. That would be something else. That's not what Nico Springer wants. He doesn't want his visit to Portsmouth to be limited to 3 days. He wants to come back. But he's got Duff
130.
in a very uncharitable mood.
Yeah, he's got him on the ropes and his legs are all over the place.
103.
Oh, he knew that wasn't in as soon as it left the fingers.
This is some game. 106 Neil Duff, 102 Nico Springer.
96. Neil, you require.
Almost feels
80.
like Duff is mentally ready for this game, better than the last couple of days. Flight's in the way. Oh, and he's dodged it.
Yeah, listen, from first-hand experience, playing Neil Duff in the match play, I'll be honest with you, I had no fear. I thought, I think I can win this game, and I think I can win it comfortably. But when you play against him, it's a totally different proposition.
180.
He constantly keeps you honest and under it. And he's losing 3-0.
100.
What was that word we used about 3 minutes ago? 3-4 minutes ago? Wily.
Yeah,
60.
that's exactly what he is. He's a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, he's the kind of nut you get in the bag where the nutcracker won't do, and you have to get the household anvil to crack it. Well, this is what Nico Springer needs to do to get it done in a double after the couple that he's missed. And even then, Duff has left himself on a match opportunity if Nico misses. Double 12. Wow, the pressure he's been under in the last 6 minutes. It has felt like an anvil's about to drop on him.
Yeah, that's why you miss doubles against him, because you fear the worst.
96.
That
Nico,
would have been
require
almost
6.
the perfect performance.
This is not the perfect double, but he's hit it anyway.
Nico Springer.
He can see the lighter side of it.
5th leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Neil is in a mean mood. He took out Tommy Morris, the Group A winner, to 0.
100.
And now he's looking to take out the Group B winner. Not by the same scoreline. But imagine having
60.
to win 4 straight legs against that. Ultimate consistency from the Duff man.
100.
The winner of the tour finals from this afternoon, Andy Bolton, is in the building. That's the person who beat him
140.
at around 12:45 this afternoon.
He wouldn't have beat this version.
60.
Maybe Neil is a night owl. It's
93.
very, very good. But you just get the feeling that Duff is going to get another opportunity at some point.
Yeah, it was good, but not enough. 140 here.
100.
That is a big, big dart right there.
Mahusiv. But
I'm not sure what that is in German, though, mate.
45. NIKO, you
To
require
keep the
68.
game alive. This is for a break, and we'll be back on throw if this goes. He's hitting doubles at the bottom of the board. Double 3 and double 2. And he's still got a chance.
Sick flag is
As
NIKO
well
to throw
as
first.
Neil has played,
Game on.
he's still got a very tall problem in front of him, dressed in red and white.
These two most definitely bring the best out in each other, don't they?
$100. $92.
That was a very important treble down there, just to give himself just the tiniest bit of a chance of staying with Neil,
100.
who's doing that classic veteran move of tunning down.
Wonder if we'll see that young fella up there in a few
59.
years' time.
We're going to see that young man very soon at the influencer event. He's quite good, which is a bit of an
81.
understatement. That is actually not the worst one in the world.
He needs trebles.
93.
Gets just the one. He is in a precarious position right now.
Springer does not want him to hit a max.
He doesn't want him to hit 140.
100.
But we know what's happened to 120s this week.
They've been everywhere.
59.
It's not a
enough.
treble.
Here we require
It's not enough.
120.
Mace is right. This would be enough. 138
60.
have changed lives.
NIKO, you require 130.
This would change Saturday.
Change the history of our game.
Maybe not this game.
83.
Can
Here we
Duff
require 60.
finish the job? He got one dart at the bull for 4-0. He'll get 2 for 4-2.
20.
Wow.
NIKO, you require
Come, NIKO.
55.
Hold it all together here. A single 15 for tops.
That was a bit wide. It was close to the treble.
15.
It's just a bit too elevated.
Here we require.
And with 3 darts in
40.
hand, you would suspect that the 2022 WDF World Champion is on the cusp of another final. But he isn't.
I was just about to say, NIKO, in boxing terms, they call it getting old-manned.
NIKO, you require 40.
That's a very apt phrase for this week. It's there.
On the sick flag.
But Duff
NIKO Spring.
still retains the throw, but is he feeling slightly
7th
damaged
and final
after
leg is
missing
Neil
multiple
to throw
darts
first.
to win the game?
Game on.
First 3 darts of this visit will tell us.
60.
He's been here before. He's dug his way out before. Is NIKO thinking, this is now mine to lose? If he wins 4-3, he will have won the last 4 legs.
Just about to say. Here comes Duff. Only a ton, so a 140 here will give NIKO a bit of control. No.
57.
I think Springer is learning about himself right now because the intensity of this game is so much different to anything he's felt here this week.
140.
Yeah, his heart will be racing.
Smash into that one. That's what he's thinking.
And does.
140.
As you were.
NIKO had the opportunity to punish in the early stages of this decider.
Brilliant.
140.
Can Duff finish on a combination instead? No.
40.
And Springer has a chance to win
Should
this
get
match.
at least one dart pull.
2. Now he's missed.
I thought that was in. I was waiting for
Neil,
Owen
we
Binks to
require 56.
holler a game shot in the match.
Portsmouth can't take the drama. Duff needs a timeout. That one's in. What a contest that was. And the only word I can think of in the English language to describe that semi-final is breathless. It had quality, it had toing and froing, and at 3-0 up, Neil Duff thought he was sailing into the final. He had to survive a fight back from Springer, who eventually missed 2 dots to beat him. And it's Duff that wins it by the odd leg. And yet again, the Duff man has a chance of another weekly title. He's into the final, and he'll be taking on someone from Wales. It'll be David Davis or Richie Burnett.
Neil Duff is our first finalist in Week 10 of Modus Super Series 9. He got the better of NIKO Springer by 4 legs to 3. He raced into a 3-0 lead to the Duff man. Springer took it all the way to a 7th and deciding leg. It really was to and fro. It was a proper match play final leg. Duff crossing the finishing line to make his way through to another final where he is 1 match away from his 6th weekly title, his 5th in a Modus Super Series sense. To our second semi-final where opportunity knocks for David Davis and Richie Burnett. 2 Welshmen going toe-to-toe, but who is going to claim their second semi-final victory and a place in the final? It's time to find out.
And for the first time, David Davis has won a group on a Saturday night. It's the doubling that got him there. His first win of the week against...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is now time to introduce the second set of semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage is our former world number one, Richie Burnett and David Davies.
Owen Binks, you have undersold the career of Richie Burnett. He was more than just a world number one. He was a world master. He was a world champion. And in his pomp, he was the best in the world. He takes on David Davies in our second semi-final. He himself holds lofty ambitions. In the commentary box, two men that are taking on the Prince of Wales and probably have stories from those particular encounters. Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, that's for another time, Henry. Right now, it's semi-final number 2, all Welsh. We are guaranteed to have Northern Ireland versus Wales in the final. But who's going to take on the Duff man? Will it be this man from Denbigh? The most well-known player from Denbigh. It is the name on the darts, Mark Webster, who did actually win a week down in our previous studio against Robert Thornton in a final. And that's where Richie Burnett had all of his success with us before he went back to the tour for a while. This is an interesting game because they both graduated from Group C this week, Mace.
Yes, and Richie will be inspired by that performance of Neil Duff. I'm not sure there would be too many that thought he could step his game up from anything that we've seen so far today to reach those kind of levels where
game on.
He ended up averaging only 91 but missed 11 darts at a double and was putting in much bigger numbers than the end number.
130.
This has been a night of firsts. Richie's first victory against Tommy Morris this week. Neil Duff's first victory against NIKO Springer this week.
60.
Di Davies' first semi-final on a Saturday night.
Yes.
He's starting rather well.
123.
Absolutely in the zone, and he will have been buoyed as well from getting a win over NIKO Springer. Again,
59.
with incredible, isn't it? 91 Neil averaged, 95-71 NIKO, and in that game against David Davis, David averaged 88-26, NIKO 94-28.
70.
I've got to say he's been a little bit unfortunate this evening, and I thought that double 8 was in on the 64.
It was very close. But we're not going to see him again.
No, that's a bit
59.
unfortunate. I'd love to have seen him lock horns with the previous winners in a Champions Week. I think that would have been a perfect week in terms of preparation for pastures new.
Absolutely right. We wish NIKO well.
100.
He has been nothing but entertainment and kindness over the last 3 days. When he goes to the tour, I genuinely cannot wait to see him playing in front of his own fans in Germany and on the Pro Tour on a regular basis.
Yeah, and his game will, no doubt, in my opinion, ramp up as well.
Double top. And that will settle any semi-final nerves of David Davis. And I would be amazed if Mark Webster's not watching this match, because he's got such a great relationship with both players. Played World Cup with Richie Burnett in the PDC and is a close friend of Di. In fact, I'm sure it was Mark who said to everybody here at the Super Series at the start, you've got to get this guy down here. He's excellent.
Yes,
He's not wrong.
I think you are right. Yeah, that 15 darter would be a great settler.
These are the only two players left
59.
who can give us our 70th weekly champion in Portsmouth. If Duff wins again, it will remain at 69 for now.
100.
I'm sure the romantics are thinking, Richie Burnett in Champions Week after a weekly win here, it would be something else. But darts sometimes
63.
doesn't give you the romance that you dream of. Steve Beaton. Think about that over the last few weeks. He didn't make Minehead. He might not make the Worlds.
137.
Yeah, not the swan song in that side of his career we wanted to see. Wanted to see if he could have one last hurrah.
And we are going to see a few more swan songs over the next few weeks because Białecki has said goodbye to the Modus Super Series in the last 24 hours. As has Springer.
59.
Look how much Richie wants it. He's livid with the way he's playing at the minute.
Yeah, he's just not on it at all.
And Dye is.
Yeah, and there's just nothing more frustrating.
100. $60.
He had to stay on the 20s, really, unless he wanted to go to the 10s.
Yeah.
For 2-0 and a second 15 darter.
Game show.
That double top bed is right on the end of a string at the minute.
It is, isn't it? He's got line and length.
David to throw
absolutely
Game on.
down to the tee of tops. Richie is devastated right now.
In order to do things that you've never done before, you've got to go through that factor which is
96.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You've got to break that barrier. And I get the feeling that that first win tonight for David Davis against Reece Robinson, that has broken that barrier.
Yeah. In fairness to Richie, you'd have had to have gone 12 and 15 to be 2-0 up himself.
78.
There's a familiar face. Might see more of him in the future. I'd be amazed if we don't.
140.
He's been playing catch-up
140.
since the first visit of this match. You might see a bit more of him as well. He's quite good. Dart players flock to this
59.
place on a Saturday night because they're all on these mini reconnaissance missions, trying to scope out future opponents, trying to figure out how to do it like the greats like Burnett and Duff.
Yeah, I did that with the match play. It was a place that I wanted to go to anyway, but I had it in my head that the following year that I went there, I was going to qualify, so I wanted to just go and have a mooch about and see what it was all about.
100.
If Davies wants another 15 darter, you fancy 60, 6 and tops
David, you require 106.
is exactly what he wants.
He's certainly not going 14 double 16. He might have to go double 16 if he hits treble 18.
98. Richie require 180.
Quite simply put, this must be found.
Yeah, has to go.
It almost was.
Wow, fraction of
David,
a
you
wire.
require
Thickness
8.
of the wire away.
Hasn't missed a double, but this is not tops.
He's never had a go at double 10 because he's too good. Double 2. It's red.
6. Richie
He is
require
inviting Richie
20.
back into this game by missing those darts at double. And this is something that Richie has been really good at. There it is,
on the third
surviving.
Richie
And
Burnett.
wants to make another final.
Full flag,
Don't
it's
tell me
Richie
that
to throw first.
They don't really mean anything to the players. Richie is absolutely psyched.
There are some dart players who hide their passion very well. They can hide their effort very well. Richie hides nothing.
44.
No, it's all on. It's all on offer for everybody to see.
Brilliant. First 180 of the semi.
Well, that's what you do on the back of something negative. Turn it into something positive.
99.
That effort that you get from Burnett, it comes from the very end of his right big toe to the hair follicles on his head and everything in between.
120.
Well, this could be a bit like that leg you saw from Martin Lukeman last night at the Slam. Could be a perfect leg with a dart on the floor.
140.
What a great couple of months it's been for Lukeman.
That was Scott Hunt, who was stuck around to watch Saturday night after the ADC Tour finals were finished this afternoon.
Yes, he's the brains behind the ADC, isn't he?
Head of Global Operations. That's a nice title.
Oh, that is nice. Well, Richie, one trouble minimum.
94.
Oh, he's found that.
David, you require 144.
It's almost like a speed skater, the way that back leg goes round.
Oh, look at this. This is speedy. It's incredible is what it is.
170. It's even applauded by Richie Burnett.
Oh, that stings.
Flag,
And he's getting the knack for it, is Dye, because after the 170 in the previous game, he's just found something that's just a little bit more important. They're all important, don't get me wrong. But when you do that in a semi-final to put yourself on the cusp of making
85.
the final game of the week, that will feel very meaty. And this is only their third meeting on this stage. It's currently 1 game all. And they're leveling legs as well before this match started.
$41.
What did we see in the previous semi-final? Duff on the cusp of 4-0, and at that point we're thinking that's over. Then it was anything but over.
Yeah, NIKO ended up missing 2 match darts.
97.
Is this a bridge too far for Richie?
You know how they say when you buy a car
140.
and your dashboard says you need more fuel? And there's probably about 20 miles left. I wonder what's left in the tank for Richie, because
100.
that light on the dashboard is getting very close to being on.
Yeah, it's flashing, I think. Getting a warning sign. Refuel now.
Beautiful dart.
27.
How many times do we see it? Where 2 people go into the final and they've never met all week long.
140.
That will be the case
David,
if Davies hits this 108 checkout. He's going the old school 18s route. But Richie does have a way to survive.
56.
Yeah, so did
Richie
Nico
required
Springer.
64.
He found the 48. Can Richie?
Big moment. It is for a break of throw. Everything can turn right here. And it does turn.
On the fifth leg, Richie Burnett.
That was seriously gutsy.
Sixth player against Richie to throw first. Game on.
Everybody watching this, if you are in your mid-50s, and when you make it to your mid-50s, remember this moment. Would you have been able to do that, which Richie has just done?
140.
There are very few people at that age who could do that.
$81.
Oh, can Richie pull this one out of the fire? It would be absolutely remarkable. It's been so one-sided.
Who does Duff want to play? Does he even care?
60.
Well, he'd rather play the early version of Burnett rather than the version we've seen of David Davis so far, because he's been brilliant.
180.
It's only a one dart lead.
Yeah.
That was just him getting back in the leg.
Only so many
28.
times you can go to the well, Nico, before you come up dry. And that was a case of a very, very dry well.
60.
In that case, just keep digging to see if there's anything more. He's done very well there. He doesn't hit that treble. Davies is thinking, I'm going to end this.
It's all about this visit, isn't it? If he only hits 45 here, well, that's good thinking.
That's exceptional. He could now add to his total of ton plus finishes for the night by getting the little cousin of the big
94.
fish that he found earlier.
David, you require 130.
So he's had the bluefin tuna. How about the skipjack? On the bull.
105.
He thought that was in, and I think we all did.
Yeah, when that would have come out of his hand, he was thinking to himself, that's in, that's in. No, it's not. Still a lot for Richie to do. But there he is now.
He's going to go 13s here.
Yep.
Is he? No, he's going to go 19s. And he can't recover.
44.
And when you miss
David,
the bull by
requires
such a
25.
fine margin, it means that you have to burn before you get another shot to win. Win he does.
Shot on the match. David Davies.
Davis is into the final, his very first final. And Richie Burnett will not make a second appearance in a weekly final in 2024. We don't know if we're going to get Richie Burnett back here next year. We'll have to wait and see what happens at the start of 2025. But what we do know is that David Davis is playing the best starts of his week right now. And he's going to take on Neil Duff in the Week 10 final.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match starts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
This is what we've seen on this Saturday night. Neil Duff and David Davies will go toe-to-toe for the 10th spot in Champions Week at the beginning of December. That was after Neil got the better of NIKO Springer by 4 legs to 3 in the first semi-final. And David Davies got the better of Richie Burnett before the break by 4 legs to 2. Chris Mason is alongside me in the studio to talk about both of those semi-finals and to look ahead to the final we're going to see in a few moments' time. Let's go in chronological order. Both semi-finals kind of had a similar feel to it. A player racing in front, somebody getting back but not able to cross the line. We'll kick off that first one between Neil and NIKO, where Neil raced 3-0 up. Springer brings it back to 3-3, and it was a real nip and tuck final leg.
Yeah, in fairness, you can't fault Neil's play to lead 3-0. He was outstanding, and NIKO didn't really know what to do with him. And then when he got an opportunity to get back in the match, he looked like he was going to win it, and ultimately had 2 darts off 64 at double 8 to do just that. And the final dart, you're going to see it here from our angle in comms. I was convinced that was in, but it's just caught the flight on its way in, and that's just done enough to take it to the outside of the wire. But yeah, listen, it's been a fun ride for NIKO Springer, but we wish him all the best in the World Championships and going forward as a tour card holder. But credit's where it's due. Neil Duff, in boxing you'd call it being old manned, and he did it in some style. And some players just have that ability to make you overthink. And having played him recently, it was a game I thought I was more than capable of winning. But every time you looked up at the scoreboard and you wanted a double, he was there or thereabouts. And what he does so well, if you make a mistake, he punishes you, and that keeps you on edge. It doesn't allow you to get comfortable at any point.
And I suppose Neil is one of those players that he knows all about that, and that's an extra 5% almost.
Yeah, and he plays on it. He plays on it just by reactions and just the look here and there. He's very good at what he does. And listen, he's got a big game in his locker. We've seen that against Springer. I doubt if there's anybody that would have predicted that result and the manner in which he was doing it.
I know it's a different quantity moving on to tour once they've won a tour card, but how do you see NIKO Springer's next 12 months in particular? Yeah,
I think he's in the stage of his career where he's won on Challenge Tour 4 times. He's winning on that next gen at a canter. He's winning opens all over the place. He's a proven winner already, and that's at a certain level and at the next tier down. And that's the difference with him. He's going into it with his eyes wide open. He understands the difficulty of it, and he's a player that is at that level where he's going to improve. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but we've seen the kind of level he's got in the locker. His ceiling is ridiculous high. You know, he's at 110 and an 112 average on different days. So that tells you a lot about where his game is.
In terms of the second semi-final, Richie Burnett just got out of the gates too slowly, didn't he?
Yeah, and David Davis, back-to-back 15 dart legs to lead 2-0. From that point on, it was tough to see a way back for Richie. But Richie being Richie, he gave it absolutely everything, but there was just nothing left.
Well, we're going to have a look at the moment that David won that particular match. It was a game where, a bit like his group matches, when David needed to do something, he did it.
Yeah, and listen, it's a night of first for him. He's just found a way to overcome whatever was holding him back as a player in the other 5 previous visits here. He's just a different player and looks a different player. There's a different type of composure. There's a different level of determination. There's no longer any fear there. In
terms of David, what do you think has changed in him?
Don't know. It's nothing. It's nothing fundamentally. Once you're able to hit 180s and hit 170 finishes, and it trebles all around the board, and once you've got that down, it's all between the ears from there on in. So it's something he is doing mentally. It's that kind of approach, and if you understand yourself well enough, for him it must be relatively simple, because the transition from Thursday to Friday, he's not been beaten since his penultimate game on Thursday. That's the last time he's lost a game.
Well, David Davis is looking to make his way into a first Champions Week. These are the players that I've qualified so far. These are the weekly winners. Now, you may see an asterisk next to the name of John Henderson, the Week 7 winner. He's had to withdraw from Champions Week, and so he will be replaced by the highest ranked reserve. Those are the players that are through, and these are the highest placed reserves. Andy Bolton, with an average of 90.77, leads the way. He's in the box seat. Daniel Larson in second spot, 89.41. Marvin van Velzen, the defending champion, depending on how the last few weeks go, could be in there. And part of the reason I say that is because this Champions Week has a clash with Lakeside, which Neil Duff's playing in.
Yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate, really. The scheduling is done at the start of the year. Everything was mapped out. And that's just the way it's fell. It's a bit of a shame for Neil if he. I mean, this would be great if he wins tonight, but certainly a shame for him and our viewers. But it is what it is, and of course, getting that World Championship back takes precedence.
Well, we will see how that pans out. We definitely know John Henderson isn't going to be here, and we looks as if at the moment Andy Bolton is there. If Nico Springer won that semi, pretty much guaranteed a spot at Championship the way he was playing. But 2 more weeks of qualification to go, and Week 11 gets underway on Monday.
Oh, what a start.
Oh, he does go for it.
The action gets underway Monday morning from 9:30, and it is littered with former Champions Week participants. In fact, out of the 6 players in Group A, only the debutant, Cedric Vargamans, hasn't played there before. Jim Long was there last time. Andy Davison's been there recently, as too has Conor Heenahan. Group C sees a debut for the very talented youngster Tavis Dudney, whilst Group B sees Derek Coulson, who made the last Champions Week as well, alongside James Wilson and Chaz Barstow. And from wall to wall, there is quality everywhere.
Yeah, and Derek Coulson won on the seniors today, winning one of their tour events. He's an impressive player, and he played very, very well the last time he was here. Yeah, fascinating group. Big fan of Jim Long, and I think he's a player that embraces this multiple matches and the group phases of the Super Series. So I expect him to go well.
Should be one of those interesting weeks, particularly when you've got the caliber of players like Conor Heenahan and Andy Davison. They've done it once, but you feel like with their reputations, once isn't enough. They have to replicate.
Yeah, I would agree. One thing you're going to get out of Conor Heenahan is a 9-darter, because that's just what he does.
Always.
Yeah. But I suppose for them, one isn't enough, especially they all have ambitions of going on to do bigger and better things. So, like I say, you've got to follow that ladder. When you look at someone like Luke Humphries, he's just ticked box from Dev Challenge Tour, World Youth Champion, Pro Tour winner, Euro Tour winner. That's what you've got to do. It's it's like in boxing when they go from not even trying to win a British or European title, have 20 fights and get a shot at a world title, and you get exposed. I think you've got to learn your craft in this sport to have longevity.
So that's next week's action. It gets underway from 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning. But before that, we have a final in week 10 to look forward to. And it sees Neil Duff and David Davies go toe-to-toe for the jackpot and that place at Champions Week. It feels like another one of those games, a real intriguing dynamic. We speak so much about the experience of Neil Duff, but as we've said all night long, David Davies is a new man this week. But is this his biggest challenge, his biggest hurdle to overcome yet?
Yeah, and it's the anxiety of winning. It's that, not fear of winning, but can I win it? How's he going to react when it gets tight? The fact that he dealt with Richie fairly comfortable there holds him in good stead. And I can make a genuine case for both. More so for Neil Duff because he's a proven winner, of course, multiple times here in different types of tournaments. Won the specials week, of course. Yeah, I just slightly would edge towards Neil Duff, but maybe 55-45.
And I suppose if you look at the passage that both players have got through this evening, they felt very, very similar.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't also discount that element of the fact that it's been a long time since David Davis has been beat, and he'll be aware of that. And you feed off that. The belief will be there, but the belief will be there with Duff, especially after beating someone who was a nailed-on favourite from a dart being thrown on Monday morning at 9:30.
So, Duff, just about for you.
Yeah, just edges it.
Chris, thank you very
Pleasure.
much. Time for our final. It's Duff against Davies to win the big prize.
That one's in. When he does.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to introduce the finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage from Wales, he's a 5-time Modus Super Series semi-finalist, David Davies!
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. I'm on 10.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome his opponent? He's a former 4-time Modus Super Series champion, Duffman Neil Duff!
The most perennial champion in this building up against a man looking to do so for the first time. David Davies against Neil Duff in our Week 10 final, and in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Match number 104 of the Modus Super Series week. If you add in the 7 that we had this afternoon, this is 111. It all comes down to one, though. One person can win, one person will lose, and may not be going to Champions Week. This is a massive game for Neil. When it comes down to this, there's a little bit of history for him in a very short distance from here. If he gets that 5th weekly title, I think he's going to be getting a text message from Steve West. But Di Davies has got in the locker tonight
First leg,
enough
it's
to beat
David
Neil,
to
but it's
throw
all about what he
first.
does now.
Game
it's not
on.
about what he's already done. This is new territory for Davies, and he has not lost his last 9 games here this week.
Yeah, I knew he was on a bit of a run since
96.
his penultimate game on Thursday. He won his final match and since then has remained unbeaten throughout the entirety
60.
of Friday, throughout his group games tonight, and of course, that semi-final win over Richie Burnett. It's all for me how he handles the occasion. This is not down to ability.
40.
Do not make the mistake of thinking they're the same.
Spot on. This will feel very familiar to Neil.
140.
It'll be very unfamiliar for David.
Yeah. Neil won't have any other thoughts in his head where for the last 10 minutes or so, there'd have been all sorts going through the mind of David Davis.
37.
This is I would have thought, is the biggest game of his career so far.
I'd have to agree. To set up an opportunity for that to be bettered in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't have to wait long to improve on it by winning Champions Week. But for Neil Duff, this is just literally another game of darts.
That's just another 180.
180.
Well, that will settle any early nerves. Because what you don't want to happen in leg 1 of a final,
100.
especially
David, it
a
requires
sprint,
148.
is to drop your throw in the opening leg.
And it is a throw that he's won in the practice room via a bull-off.
Yeah, means a little more then, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you've earned it. And the Welshman is going to have a chance to consolidate winning that bullseye.
And it's the only match in the entire week where you do throw for the ball.
Indeed
to
it
see
is.
who gets the honour.
Was that for an 8? Considering how good he was at tops throughout the course of the last few days, I am sure that first start was for an 8, but he's recovered to win that first leg in 18 darts.
I wonder, NIKO, in that situation where you're feeling a little tense and you know you're feeling the pressure,
41.
it's a real big target. And listen, I'll be the first to admit, I aim for that wire in between the two. And I'll take my fate, wherever it lands, I'll have a go at that particular double. And that could have been a case for
82.
For David Davis there. He was thinking, right, just give me a dart at a double. I don't care whether it's tops or 32.
100.
Davies' run of 9 consecutive wins, it is equally the best streak of the week with Rhys Robinson, and it was on Thursday night where Robinson's streak ended.
Yeah. And it could be the perfect 10.
In week 10.
Ooh, there's some spooky symmetry to this.
There is.
And I believe in all that.
But if you want to look at it from a different side, Neil Duff has won his last 5 matches here this week, and he's looking for that 5th weekly title. There are signs all over the place. It's just a question of which ones you can interpret.
60.
Yeah, Neil's not quite, or actually, let's be honest, he's not anywhere near the level he was at in the early stages of that match against NIKO Springer.
134.
For the night, he's averaging 89.5, but he did play better than that against NIKO.
It's a little trophy with big consequences.
60. David, you require 102.
He's about 26 points off the pace.
Interesting.
70.
I think you're right. I think he's going for the safe areas of the board, and boy, is that smart.
Yeah. It's If he was a golfer, it's
100.
good course
David
management.
required 32.
It's laying up darts. It's not going for the green from 250 yards. Got to stick it in the hole. That could be
24.
costly.
Neil, we require
I always say
40.
it, players like Richie, players like Neil, you've got to keep them at
James on
arm's
the
length when you
second
get the
leg.
opportunity.
Nailed up.
Because as you shrink,
Third leg, it's David
players
to
like
throw
Neil
first.
Duff will grow.
Game.
Neil is like the first ant at a picnic. If you don't get rid of him, he's going to swarm you.
137.
But look at that response. After those missed darts at double, he's just got back on the horse.
Yeah, and that's an element of his game that
100.
it's new.
$97.
That dynamic you were talking about with Henry, with the clash with Lakeside, I guarantee you that's not in Neil's mind right now. It's just about winning a darts
100.
match.
Oh, for sure.
We've got some countries in Champions League as well. Lithuania, Sweden, England have got many representatives. Germany, Scotland,
Ireland,
Croatia.
140.
You got any Irish? in
David
there?
required 127.
Oh, Conor Heenan next week then.
Oh, and this time it wasn't safe. But then again, it's going to take something
65.
heroic to punish him for it.
Neil, you require
And even with that third dart,
161.
he's still outside of single to double combination range.
Seems like a meerkat then, walking back, looking over his shoulder at
45.
the dart one of
David
Neil
required
Duff.
62.
What does he want to leave this time? This time it's tops.
Game
Boy, has
shot
that
the
been an
third
ally.
leg. David Davids.
That is Adam Paxton. Really good friend of
Fourth
Di's.
leg, it's Neil to throw first.
He's trundled all
Game.
the way down to Portsmouth to support his friend,
Yeah,
to
great.
see if he can do what he did in the previous series.
Yeah, great to see Richie out there as well,
100.
supporting Di Davis.
This sport really is a family, isn't it?
This side of it certainly is.
96.
Duff's got
100.
supporters out there as well, towards the back of the room. Some of the finals in this series have gone the distance. The very first one between Bradley Brooks, who was here this afternoon,
85.
lost out to Labanauskas by 4-3, as did Mike Warburton of Wales, losing to Sweden's Andreas Harrison.
140.
John Worsley of Wales lost to Kai Gotthard. After he won here, he went on to massive things. He's at Ali Pali via the aforementioned German Super League, and he got to the World Masters final.
96.
That was the last time he went the
161.
distance. Great last start. Can only leave a finish with a treble.
43.
A big one. And he doesn't find
Neil,
it.
you require 80.
So it looks more likely that we're going to get at least 6 legs in this final.
40.
They haven't got a clue who's winning this game. Neither do we.
Nope. None the wiser.
130.
What I do know
Neil, you
is
require 40.
it's going to be a best of 3.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Nailed up. Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And a best of three where David has the throw in 2 of the 3 legs. He has got to utilise that massive advantage, and it is a massive advantage.
140. $85.
Davis really has started legs well over the last couple of days. The 137s, the 140s. And if you compare him to Thursday afternoon, what a transformation. What an evolution of a player in a week.
81.
And by a week, I mean 3 days. He's been able to look into the mirror and say, I need to change something. He changed it, and from that point, he has not lost.
100.
Tabs is loving it.
140. David, it require 127.
And he's got time on his side, a bit of breathing space. He made a mess of the 127 last time out. Treble 16's the shot. Open bed.
93.
Somebody's got a broken calculator. Now what does he do? What is the smart play
95.
here?
David, it required 34.
If he's nervous, he'll go straight for it. Wow.
Strong.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
I can
David
easily
Davis.
sit here and say that was nerveless, but I promise you it wasn't. It was him managing the
Sixth leg
nerves
is Neil to throw
perfectly.
first.
Yeah, it may appear simple on paper, but trust me, when you go for that split, the 2 is tiny.
180.
The defiance of that maximum. You might as well put it on a T-shirt as if to say, I'm not having any of this. We are going the distance whether you like it or not.
That should be his nickname, shouldn't it? Defiance.
95.
It oozes from him.
This is why we were saying yesterday
45.
when we had a couple of games that wouldn't affect who was qualifying for Saturday night. If we had a Ryder Cup style team event at this level, you'd want Duff as your captain because he'd be able to sort you out if you were feeling a little bit weak. And he would really get you going.
Yeah, his mental strength is one of his
60.
strongest attributes for me. That's where he should have started, Paul.
67.
Couldn't agree more. One of 2 things has just happened. That's the norm, and that needs to change in the future. Or, in the heat of battle, he wasn't thinking
140.
really clearly to be able to do the right things, and that happens when the pressure's on.
$45.
This is going
Neil, you
to
require 76.
a 1-leg shootout. And for me, that's just about right.
68.
Not just yet. This is the just-in-case shot. Get yourself down to something manageable.
94.
I'd say that's pretty
Neil, you
manageable,
require
just in case this isn't found. It is found, though.
Show the sixth leg. Nailed up. 7th and final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
He won the bull. He gets the start. How does he use it? He may never have felt like this before.
140.
He will be learning about himself at a ridiculous rate right now, but that 140 start will feel like a maximum.
Yeah. You take a 2 treble turn, and he'd take tons from here. Well, you take 4 tons, wouldn't you, in a last legger? One's got to come up sometime, pal.
That's how dart players think.
40.
It's still a lead of 140. That lead remains. It's not as big, but it's something he can use. That is a dream first start. Just keep them straight.
140.
Impressive.
Yeah, 140, 40, 140. That's better than 3 tons.
41.
This should be all she wrote.
Easy to say it, isn't it? It's another thing to execute the plan and get it finished. He could be the first Welsh person into Champions Week in Series 9. 2 people have tried in finals, Warburton and Worsley.
82. David, it require 121.
Just be smart from here. Doesn't have to use the bullseye if he doesn't want to.
59.
He leaves 62. And at least with that number, he does have options. If he'd gone the bull and hit the 25 potentially, tops would have been maybe his only option.
100.
This way,
David, it requires
he can leave
62.
whatever he wants.
And still has plenty of time. It's going to be 12 for his beloved tops.
22.
Better to be high than low in that spot, in my opinion. I don't know about you, miss.
Yeah, I'd rather come back with 3 and stick one out there.
Duff's done well.
94. David,
If
you
Davies
require
falters,
40.
Duff is right there. For the win. Double 10.
20.
And Duff could break his heart.
Yeah,
Now you require
championship
84.
darts.
And that double 10 was mightily close. Duff man needs the bullseye. It was
59.
right on line.
David, you require 20.
Can Davies cross the line into Champions Week? The answer is no.
7 match darts. Well, well, well.
Neil,
He
you
was
require
so efficient.
25.
Double 8 for Duff. And he can't connect either.
Last chance saloon for David Davis, and he's
David, you
got to
require
go for this.
10.
What is your aiming point on this? About half a centimetre high. Just in case you pull it a little bit.
Yep.
And he does get the win. David Davis is into Champions Week for the very first
Super
time.
Series champion, David Davis.
He has not lost a game in his last 10. And 10 is the number because he has won week 10. It's been Welsh heartbreak, and it could have been heartbreak for him, but Duff couldn't finish him off. Neil goes to Lakeside to try and get a second title, and David Davis that week will be trying to go one better than his first weekly title here in Portsmouth. He needed every shred of fortune and every shred of fortitude that he had. It was a sensational, dramatic final, not with the best quality, but sometimes it's not about the quality, it's about if you can get over the line. And David Davis was able to do so. He wins week 10 and in the final wins by 4 legs to 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the presentation. Would you please show your appreciation as for the first time we crown him the Modus Super Series champion. It's David Davies! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, David Davies!
It's one of them feel-good stories, isn't it? David Davies came here as an ADC qualifier. The first week he showed glimpses, the second time he qualified, and with every single passing step he has improved to the point now where he is a weekly winner and he will be playing at Champions Week at the beginning of December. Many congratulations to him. Paul Nicholson's alongside me here in the studio. I suppose it's one of those old tales of if at first you don't succeed, try again, work your hardest, and sometimes you get the results.
Yeah, sometimes you do get the results. That was hard work for Dai to get over the line. He's probably never felt like that in his darting career, and it will feel great that he's won, but boy, oh boy, was that dramatic. He's probably thought more than once that he's let it slip, and Neil Duff right now will be livid that he didn't take the 3 shots that he had to put Dai out. But you've got to be happy for the Welshman, because if you win your last 10 games of the week, you deserve everything you get.
Well, that was the trophy that was so close to the palms of Neil Duff for a 5th time. That's the trophy that David Davies has picked up, but he is left there because he's got one more task at Champions Week. Let's talk about that final, and there's only one place to start. That is that final day. Now, you've been involved in a final which has had doubles missed left, right and centre, and it gets tetchy and it gets nervy. How well did David Davies do to compose himself? He missed 7 darts originally for the title, and it could have so easily have gone wrong for him.
That was actually worse than some of the situations that I've personally been in, because he's missed multiple visits, and he has to stand there and watch a world champion opponent try to break him in 2. And when he's coming back for double 5 with 3 darts in hand, he's probably thinking to himself, where do I place this first dart? The fact that it went in first, you've got to give him credit for that, because he's missed tops, he's missed 10s, and it was not an easy dart at 5s when he's been through the last 90 seconds. That is something he can learn from, and he may never feel as nervous as that ever again.
And you can see that output, more than anything, was relief. He's waited a long time for this moment, and that would have been anguish, because when he missed those few, he must have thought he was a goner.
Yeah, as soon as Neil's on a double, he's thinking he's going to put me away. It's as simple as that. But the fact that Neil didn't, it's a symbol of if you get your chance again, you then have another opportunity to do so. But then if you miss again, the nerves actually get worse. But then if it presents itself, you learn, you evolve, you hit, gets your chance, and you take it.
There's an empty chair next to you, and that chair is David Davies. Come in, come in, come in. Many congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Phew, that was a bit nervy towards the end. Take a seat. Come and have a chat with me and Nico. I think it was nervy for everyone, wasn't it? That double 5, I can imagine you've never been so relieved in your life that a double's gone in.
I've hit 2 double 5s tonight, Reece Robinson, and obviously the one to win it. I definitely shook the Reece Robinson one in. I think that game was the one I wanted to win, because then I knew I could have carried on the evening. After that game, I felt comfortable all night. I don't fear anyone anyway, but once you know that you're in the 10 o'clock shows, which I've tried on 4 or 5 occasions, just never happened. Once I got over Reece, I really felt comfortable.
Is it a case of you've broken that glass ceiling of sorts for yourself? You've gone to that next level, like a computer game. You've gone to the next level and you think, okay, whatever I discover from here is a bonus, and the pressure is lifted.
100%. As I said, I've been here 4 or 5 times in the semi-final. Never made a 10 o'clock show. Once I knew I was in that 10 o'clock show, I've surpassed another level, as you said. And then from there, I was looking around the room, and no disrespect to any of the the plays and stuff. I know how good I am and what I can produce. So I was really confident inside myself. I didn't really show it, but yeah, I was.
Not just did you win this evening, you beat 2 world champions and the best player on the Dev Tour without a tour card this year. That was the high caliber opposition that you beat tonight. And I remember when we first spoke, when you came here in Series 2 for the first time as a ADC qualifier, this was all experience in the bank for yourself, and you were very determined to go back and try the circuit, and you felt like there was something really to give. As time's gone on, what was that kind of click? Because Chris Mason was saying that there was a different side to you this week. What do you think's really changed in your game?
Probably self-confidence, I think. As I mentioned in the interview before, I know there's an inner dart player in there that can produce some really good stuff. I want that to burst out, but it's coming out in dribs and drabs. It's that consistency that I need. But when it does come out and I do start playing, I feel like no one can beat me.
What was that like?
Which one's it? Oh.
That's the lift of the trophy.
Honestly, it was ever since Series 1, or the first time I've come, that's all I've ever wanted to do. So it's been a learning curve, it's been a stepping stone. I haven't tried to jump in the deep end. I just wanted to, every time I come, I'd go a little bit further. Now it's finally happened. I'm absolutely over the moon.
2 Welsh players have lost in finals in this series. Mike Warburton lost earlier on to Andreas Harrison. John Worsley was close in week 4, lost to Kai Gotthard. And we saw what Kai's done over the last few weeks, making the World Masters final and going on to get into the World Championship. What could this mean for you for the rest of the year?
This is massive. It's also just going off what you said there. We've also got Terry Nash and Shane Hayward who have lost in the final as well. So I think the Welsh Starters is really good on the map at the moment. But for myself, it was all about tonight. I haven't really thought about going forward. I do want to try a little bit more of WDF, and if I go to Q School, then I know what I can produce, but those levels are ridiculously high. But I know I can do it. It's on the consistent level.
You've won your last 10 games in this room. That's quite a run. And Rhys Robinson had a streak of 9 earlier in the week. You've gone one better to win the title. That must feel really good.
It's the flights. It's the flights. It's purely the flights. It was a home from home thing. As I've used them for 15 years. Well, stopped making them now, but I had a couple of sets stashed. I've turned them over and not lost the game. So it's all in the flights, not me.
I'll make you a deal. I have 1 set left. I was going to keep them for the rest of my life and give them to my godchildren. I'll give them to you because you deserve them. I'll bring them to Champions Week for you.
And I'll take them to the World Championship.
It's nice to see Paul Nicholson darts winning once again. It's been a little while.
Can you have a word with him?
I'd rather talk to you, Paul. So
That's you told.
Yeah.
Right, we'll have another chat with you in just a second, David. Myself and Paul are going to have a chat, whether he wants to or not. It's a different thing. But let's have a look at the series so far, because there's a luscious list of names that David's going to join in Championship. The asterisk next to the name of John Henderson is the fact that he is withdrawn from Champions Week. But you look particularly at that top half, there's experience everywhere. Andreas Harrison, of course, a former champion. Scott Taylor, of course, a former champion. Tom Sykes lost to Scott in the final. Darius Labanauskas is a former semi-finalist at Champions Week. There is experience everywhere you look, tied in with 2, couple of wild cards, including David, who've made it for the first time.
Yeah, Romeo last week, he thrust his way into Champions Week, and that was very exciting. Tonight was exciting for different reasons, because Romeo was on debut last week. Dyer's taken a bit of time to get there, but now it's take the sigh of relief over the Sunday and then come Monday morning, get ready for what is not far away. But it's sad that Hendo is not able to make it. I've got to say that. But you look at someone like Harrison, who's having a fabulous year, and Labanauskas, who made the Champions Night the last time he was in Champions Week. He's going to be very hard to stop. But Champions Week is really starting to bring what we think it should.
This week ain't been too bad, though, has it?
I think this week has been stunning. I can easily sit here and say that, but the amount of big finishes that we've seen this week has been extraordinary. And this man's had one of 4 170 checkouts this week. And it wasn't just that one that was sweet tonight. There were quite a few.
68 over the course of the week. The record 77. Didn't quite break that, but some of the finishing, particularly in that Group B at times, was just immense.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, Group A did set the tone for the week, but at the end, in the semi-finals, you had 2 from Group C in there, and Neil Duff came from Group B. So Group A it was really, really difficult for them. In the end, they were crushed.
One of these, David, was yours. We're going to see it on your screen here.
It's always nice to hit one. To hit one in that moment. I don't know if I celebrated or not. We'll have to have a look. Oh, yeah, he did, yeah.
Is that a third finger, by the way?
Yeah, yeah. But you know what? It's just going into the back room and the odds and stuff come up. I've been the underdog Thursday, been the underdog Friday, and I was bottom of the list today. I'm quite happy going under the radar, just doing my own thing, just not getting involved in any of that and producing what I have done over the last 3 days.
I'll give Chris Mason some props. When you were one of the outsiders on Thursday, he said that's all wrong. I agreed with him, but it was Chris that was really saying, this is a guy who can contend. And again, Chris is right.
Going into Champions Week, your mucker Adam Paxton was here this evening. You won the Irish Open Pairs, of course, didn't you, a week or so ago? Has there been a little bit of one-upmanship between you two?
No, Adam is a great lad. I didn't really expect him to come, but I know why he's here, just for self, really. He's
annoying, really, isn't he?
Yeah, he just wants his face on the camera and say, I've won it. And no, he's a good lad, and I really, really, really appreciate the support that's come down this weekend.
Speaking of support, have you got a message for Webby?
I am here because of Mark Webster. I am. He was always the better dart player, and I wasn't really into darts, but come along, and then I just wanted to play him and beat him, and it all started with him, and this is why I am, and this is where I am today because of Mark. So thank you very much.
Has he given you any recent advice since you've been here? What's the last few months been like? Has he still had that same touch with you?
We do chat, not as much as we used to. He's obviously gone down the commentary side of things now, and he's not bad at it, is he?
He's okay.
So no, he's always supportive, and he always speaks highly of me, of myself. But I am here because of Mark Webster, to be fair.
But it's all going to be about you at Champions Week. Biggest week of your darting life?
Yeah, 100%. I don't really care what group I'm in. I don't care who I'm playing. It's all about being here. As we went on Friday, first or second, I just want to be in all the finals and all the top events. It doesn't matter who I play because I know what I can produce.
Me and NIKO were just saying earlier how nice it is to see a story like yours, because we've mentioned the journey that you've had. You began Series 2, ADC qualifier, played well, didn't quite make it through in the end, and as time's gone on, you've got better and better and better every single time. Does it feel like this evening you've kind of climbed a bit of an Everest?
100%. This is all I've wanted to do, and there's people like Scott Hunt, where I'm here because of people like him, all the hard work he puts in, and people don't really. I'm not saying thank him for him, but the hours he puts in, and I'm here because of people like that. It all started off with the ADC Welsh belt, so it's a massive, massive tree, and for players like myself to go through the ADC, to come here to do this now, to go to Champions Week, it's unbelievable.
Well, David, many congratulations. Looking forward to watching you at Champions Week. Final words, thoughts and observations, NIKO?
Well, follow that. Next week has got a big act to follow. But now when we consider that next week is week 11, there's only 2 more qualifying weeks before the last week of Super Series action for the year. And Champions Week, my word, it really is going to be something special.
Can I say thank you, not just for tonight, but everything in 2024. It's the last time we're going to work together. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you once again this year. David, always a pleasure watching you. Many congratulations. We shall see you in a few weeks at Champions Week. And that race intensifies on Monday morning from 9:30 when we have got a list of Champions Week regulars that are in action, but only one can make it through to the big week in December. But as far as week 10 is concerned, it's David Davis that is the big winner. He's the minister for the Champions Week. Scoring to a very high power. It's a perfect power so far.
You require 140.
Like father, like son. Like father, like son. Double 18. Mason Whitlock hits the 9 darter.
Mason Whitlock.
Here at the live lounge.
Double 19. And Storkbots doesn't need to practice. Can he do it? This time he can. And get through. But it's the only one he needs. Just needed to check that the trouble was in. And the good news is the double is...
And a double in this contest. Couldn't sweep in again, could he? It was the 150 in the last day. It's the 135.
Series 9, week 7. It's the Highlander, John Henderson.
Do it for yourself. Hit double 12. Oh, what a shot! What a way to finish the session!
Taylor and Parry, and they're through. Stay straight. Taylor is through to the semi-finals.
Bottle Bellish on his personal best from last night. And he does. That is sublime. NIKO Springer is for real. The first time 112 has been reached.
To get the better of John Worsley.